You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens. And we're back with another episode of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. Well, we've just completed a full week of December, and that was fast as hell. Like, we're already beginning to get into the second half of December already. Like, time is flying. Like, it's almost like 2025 is ready for 2026 to hurry up. And I wouldn't disagree. I am looking forward to the new year. I'm finally in the mindset of, okay, 2026 is around the corner, and what's on the January, February agenda? Like, I'm already booking things in March. Like, this is no joke. Like, I have stuff booked for February. January, I have a couple of events. I try to be light in January because I always look at January as like the transition month. Like, it's the month where, okay, look, you're going to rock December out, but you don't just come into January swinging. Like, I kind of do a little bit, but it's an opportunity to not like really start and ramp everything all the way up. And so mentally, I believe January starts really officially at the end of MLK Day. Like, I try not to book any like serious major meetings or events or anything like that. And also, because all of my friends' birthdays, a lot of my really close friends, all of their birthdays are in the first half of January. And it's still to me a part of that winter, holiday season. Like, in my mind, holiday modes are right now. Like, there's going to be birthday parties like my homegirl Nina, Lauren, George, Josh. Half of the Lip brothers are Aquariuses. My good friend Dr. Parks, of course. Like, all of these birthdays are like all happening in this period of time. Like, from now until the mid of January, there's going to be celebrations. And so there's always a cluster of birthdays that happen around the December, January period of this time. And then there's another round that happens in early February, with Mr. Johnson and my good friend Manny and, Sharon. It's a lot of Aquariuses as well. And then you don't really see anything epic until, of course, 4th of Jamarcus and, of course, my birthday, which is in October. After that, it's a little bit of sparkles, like there's a little bit of March, there's a little bit of energy in March, a little bit. The Geminis are going Gemini, I got a couple of them in my life. Gemini Joe. But other than that, I feel like most of the birthdays in my friend circles are in clusters. Most of them are in clusters. I have a lot of Sagittarius in my life, or Sagittariuses, whatever they want to call themselves this time around. And then, of course, the Aquariuses. And then there's, monumental birthdays in between. But it's that time. It's that time of the year. I got this back to back, Sagittarius, Capricorns. Oh, yeah, I do have Capricorns too. Sagittarius and Capricorns. Yes, that cluster. And then the Aquariuses. So it's like back to back to back. These are the Gemini signs. Oops. These are the zodiac signs in my life, like the major players, like a good cluster. Like, I want to say 80% of my friends' birthdays fall within December, January, and February. Once I go through this wave, I'm pretty much good. It's like I said, there's holiday parties and birthday parties. Like, that typically is what the season requires. So when people are like asking me, do I have free time? Look, I'll squeeze some time in for the real ones, but I just don't have Saturdays and Fridays around this time to just give up. Normally it is a birthday party or something going on for the holidays. Like, I look at all the weekends I have from now until February, and it's like Valentine's Day weekend. It's Mr. Johnson's birthday. It's, Dr. Parks. It's Nina's. It's Lauren's. It's Sharon's. It's Manny's. It's like, it's something going on. MLK Day weekend, right? Grammys weekend. Like, there is something literally going on every weekend from now until February. Like, so weekends, do not belong to anybody else. Sorry to break it to y'all. Like, y'all have to, if you want to catch up for dinner and drinks, get me on a Tuesday, a Thursday, a Wednesday. You know, I hear Wednesday is the new Friday for folks over 40. Like, I find myself having dinner on Thursdays with people now. And I don't mind that. Like, Wednesdays too. No, Wednesdays actually. Like, and I don't mind the dinner on Wednesday. I feel like it's a cute little hump day. Like, I like a little hump day. As far as getting together. Like, people always want to crap on Wednesdays. I'm having an upcoming holiday party that's going to be on Wednesday. And everyone was like, why Wednesday? Because honestly, when I look on these calendars, you all want to take Tuesdays and Thursdays now. Like, everyone's trying to do Tuesdays and Thursdays. Nobody wants Monday. And nothing is open in Philly on Monday, barely. Like, that's the thing. I would do something on Monday in a heartbeat. The problem is nothing is ever opened on Monday nights. It's like everybody just retire Monday. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm down to do something on a Monday night, to be honest. But people don't really do anything on Mondays. Like, nothing's ever open on Mondays. So automatically people jump to Tuesday. Like, I know a lot of things happen on Tuesdays. And then outside of Tuesdays, Thursdays, people like to skip Wednesday. I don't know why, but people skip over Wednesday. And then there's always the Thursday energy. And then no one wants to do anything on Friday unless you're having like a gala or a very, very important event. Of course, Saturday is the same way. And then no one really do anything on Sunday, but everyone feels like Sunday is it's like sacrilegious to do anything on a Sunday. But I'm like, none of y'all are going to church. And nobody's really resting on Sunday. I mean, some people might be. Let me not. I find that Sunday is like one of my most productive days. Like, I don't really rest on Sundays. Like, I feel like Sunday's a day where I can really do things, like prepare. It's like my planning day, to be honest. And to be funny, like Saturdays are typically my rest days. I really don't try to do anything on Saturdays, except I might go to an event that night, maybe something that evening, depending on it. Most of the time, Saturday is like a glorified nap day. I try not to do much on Saturdays, except if there's something at night, I'll do something that night. But throughout the day, I'm mostly napping and lounging and just relaxing, to be honest. Like, I do most of my like upbeat things on like I use Saturday to catch up on calls and things with people, use that time to get in some tea, you know. I don't know. Saturday's like my downtime day, to be honest. Yeah, but and of course Friday is Friday. Like, Friday is just like I feel like Friday is just like always a chaotic day. It's always something going on all day. I feel like everybody wants to. I don't know. People are running and being madmen in my industry on Fridays. People be cutting up on Fridays. Saturday is typically a chill day, except Saturday is like Saturday night. Maybe Saturday night something goes down. Sunday for me is like the day where I really feel like I can get a lot of work done. Like, I grade papers, I do, my radio show on WRD, of course, and then of course, I record this wonderful podcast. And, Sunday is like a day to really get some real serious, productive work done and get ready for the week ahead. So that is how I do my week. But yeah, I don't know. December is just like, yeah, we're in December. We're deep in December. It's it's so, it's real. It's real. But I'm looking forward to like this. Like, I will say Sunday is a day for me to grade these final projects. Like, I'm wrapping everything up. Like, I'm like, I didn't do any final exams. I got final projects that were due on Friday. So some of my students are like literally trying it with me because they're like, a few of them sent me late on a Saturday telling me that a prompt upload. I'm like, whatever, just give me the damn thing. And I try to play it all, I be all professional. I'm very like, okay, thank you for this. And, upload it. But I'm just like, I am 34. A lot of my students are not that far away from my age. It's community college, so we have a very, intergenerational, demographic. But some of them will think that I was born yesterday, literally. And they will give me all types of excuses. I'm just like, I'm at the point where I'm like, please save it. Please, you're not a good liar. We don't like lying. Just thank you, received, that's it. Just send it to me and be done. I've heard if you would only imagine some of the things I've heard. And granted, I am very graceful, But sometimes, you have some of those students that will always have the most extraordinary excuse that it's almost like your life should be a book. Like you have something going on every single time it's time to turn in an assignment. But then you come to class with no questions, no conversation. It's very quiet in the class, but it's very, magical, when the class is not happening. It's just, listen, I've been around. And listen, I know, like, as a journalist, one thing you have to have if you're a really good journalist is discernment, the ability to really use your best judgment. I can tell when life is happening. Life is lifing for my students. I can tell. But I can also tell when lies are lying for my students. And I can really detect when this is just BS. And when I get to that point, when I hear the things, I just say, you know what? I just stop them. I just say, it's okay. Just send me your assignment. Just send it to me tonight. Like, I don't need to hear the rest. Don't even, save your breath. Save it. Just turn it in. The rest does not matter to me. You've thought long and hard. And I don't say this to them, but my mom be like, the fact that they thought long and hard to give me whatever excuse, the time that they putting into giving me that alibi, they could just put into the assignment. Just turn in the assignment at the end of the day. I'm just very like, no, it's okay. Just send it in. Because it'd be cap. Y'all, it's cap. It's cap. Like, if I told you the things. So you know how, I'll give you one example. You know how people will say that their dog ate the assignment? I done already had someone try. The dog urinated on the laptop. My laptop isn't functioning well. Alibi. Now, see, this is where where people have tried it, and I know because sometimes they don't even pay attention to what I'm telling them. In my class, assignments, right? And this is the beauty of CCP. CCP has wonderful computer labs, right? In 2025, no one is saving an assignment solely to Microsoft Word or any application. Most of my students have various places where their files are saved, a lot of times in Google Docs. And you all know that, of course, when you do assignments or do things in Google Docs or these types of, multi-pronged accounts, right? That whether your personal laptop is screwed or not, you can always access these files and other portals if you log into a different computer, right? So my students are oftentimes working on Canvas, which is a platform that is within the CCP network and others. Everybody know what Canvas is. If you are in grad school, you probably heard of this. Like, for those who haven't been around for a long time in school, it's like the Blackboard, like those online portals where you can submit assignments and work and do things from there, right? Most of these assignments that they're doing are connected to Google Slides, Google Docs, Outlook, and things of that nature, where it's connected through an account in the cloud. So in other words, whether your laptop is jacked up or not, you can access whatever you need on a computer, anyone else's computer, aka CCP allows students to have access to the computer labs on a regular basis. You can easily go to the library, log in, print out your work, submit it via online. What I'm trying to get to, y'all, is that the whole my laptop is broken scenario in theory is kind of BS. And the reason why I go there and I say this is because, for starters, because I just want to be clear, and I had this moment with my students. I don't understand why I am supposed to be responsible for the late assignment excuse when most of my assignments are due. I give them like a 2-week window to submit work. You do not have to send the assignment at the very damn last minute. You don't. And I will be fair to say that about 60% of my students, especially the ones that do really well in my class, they never turn in assignments at the very last minute. The reason? Because there's always, anything can happen, right? So for my students who love to dance on the edge, they always find themselves literally screwing up on assignments. And what that tells me is whether you don't prioritize this. You don't. Because it should be no situation where every single assignment, there's always a glitch at the very last minute. Like, you've had 2 weeks to do assignment. I said it's due by. I didn't say it was due on. I said it was due by. Get it? Like it's by 11:59 at the latest. It does not mean you now wait and say, oh, it's 11:58. Let me try to submit this now. And then that's when everything is chaotic. No, if you submit an assignment a day before or something, that gives yourself, or even earlier that day, it gives you the time to recognize any potential errors or things of that nature. To try to submit something. I really, listen, procrastinating students is just, let me tell you. Like, I don't like a student that plagiarizes aggressively. Like, plagiarizing, I don't like that. That might be number one. I don't like a student like the Chat GPT. Listen, we don't play that over here. That is my number one pet peeve. But my number two is a master procrastinator. I just think, I don't know, I find it, plagiarizing is just like a no-no for me, clearly. But but procrastinating, so that's my two, you know what? I'll say my 3 Ps. My top 3 like students that is difficult for me to teach is the 3 Ps. A student that is plagiarizing, number 1. A student that is procrastinating, that might get in my personal core, right? And then 3, pedantic. Oh my goodness, a pedantic student. Okay, and that student's on the opposite end, right? This is a student that is going to nitpick with you about every single detail to the point where you're just like, what's going on here? Okay, like it's almost like borderline perfectionist student. That's the 3 Ps. It is the plagiarist, the procrastinator, the perfectionist. It is literally the 3. Those are the 3 most difficult students, because you have that student that is like anal with you. Even when your instructions are clear, they are literally bugging you for every little thing. And I really do feel like that is something that has been an increase within younger millennials and, of course, Gen Zers. There's this obsession with perfectionism. And I've seen it with some of my students. And I don't mind a student that really wants to do well and get a good grade. Like, I've been there. But there's a point where you have to say, relax. And you know that point. As somebody who is someone who strives to do well, right? Like, I like to follow the rules. I know what it means. Like, I'm talking from one recovery to another. But some of these students, I tell them, let me tell you something. When you get in the real world, right now, they're going to call that being exceptional. But when you get in the real world, people are going to think that's a pain in the ass. I don't want you to be viewed as the latter, right? Give yourself some grace. You got this. Relax. I know that you're going to put your best foot forward in this assignment. I am not going to be a stickler for the most ridiculous things. Okay? For example, I had a student, I said, I want the paper in APA style. They were like 7th or 6th edition. I was like, what? What? Is someone telling you what edition to do APA style? I said, whatever edition you like. My rule is, if I don't say it specifically in my assignment, don't create work for your students. And it's to the point where other students are looking like, what's going on? Like, oh my God. Because there's one student I said, do the paper in AP style. And they were like 6th or 7th edition. And there were other students that rolled their eyes because some of them were already like doing it one way. And I had to go, if I don't specify what edition, you are the edition, whatever edition you like, I remember I did PowerPoint. How many slides? I'm like, what? How many? How many you feel like it will take you to fully express and expound your topic? I'm not the slideshow police, okay? If it takes you 15 slides to really get your point across and get the information out, that's fine. Please don't cram the information though, so I wouldn't want you to give me 3. That wouldn't make sense. But be reasonable and really make sure you take your time. I'm not going to force you to do 10. I'm not going to create an arbitrary number for you for this assignment. Now, when it comes to papers, I will put parameters because I'm not about to sit up and read a 10-page paper, for every assignment, right? So I will put parameters on papers. I'll be like 3 to 5 pages, 5 to 7, things like that. I'll put parameters, you know. They'll give me well, if I go one sentence over, please relax. Please, come on, be reasonable. And so I have to emphasize to them that I'm not the type of professor that's creating arbitrary rules and assignments just for the sake of creating arbitrary rules and assignments. Like, I want people to use common sense. I want people to be human, and I want people to do what they need to do that will make sense for the grading. And so there are times where I will have a couple of students who are a little intense, and I will have to just say, okay, let's make this make sense together. Let's be humans. Like, you all are not machines or robots. Like, I'm not trying to make you all like you're in some intense robotics class. Like, I need you to be practical, but also meaningful, right? Producing meaningful work and being practical. And I'm like, why am I talking about this? Because this is not just about teaching, right? Because a lot of you are probably not professors, right? This is about managerial collaborative skills. What I'm saying right now, a lot of you all have coworkers. A lot of you all might be executive directors, managers, team coordinators. What I'm getting to right now, because I deal with this not even in a classroom setting, but just in life, working on boards and teams, is to really make sure that you're making sense to people that you're working with. Okay? That was a metaphor. It's real life for me in some cases, but it's also metaphorical for you. Are you working in team dynamics where you're just doing something arbitrarily just for the sake of being arbitrary? Are you is the method to which you're doing something is not making sense with other people, but you're dead set on making this a thing just because? We gotta break away from tradition that does not actually function as a meaningful, purposeful thing. Like, we should just not be doing things just for the sake of doing things. That's what I'm getting to. And so, yeah, that was random, but not really. It just felt like something needed to be said. Because as we get into the new year and we're talking about breaking habits, right? One habit that I'm trying to get people around me to break is not to be so pedantic, not to be so on the nose about every single thing to the point that you're beating yourself up and not giving yourself grace. Like, we use that word grace a lot. But the problem is, I'm tired of people giving grace to people. Give grace to yourself first. Please, start with yourself. Because all this Diddy grace and Chris Brown grace, please stop giving grace to other people that is not asking for it, or in some cases don't deserve it. Start with yourself. Start with yourself, please. Okay? Some of the people that are out here ready to give people second chances, have you given yourself a second chance? Start with yourself. Okay? I really mean it. There are people out here ready to give people the benefit of the doubt and all this. Have you given yourself the benefit of the doubt? Seriously, look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, have you given yourself the space, the grace, and the second chance that you're giving a bunch of people out in your life that has not asked for it and probably don't damn well deserve it? Many, many years ago, I began to rewire my mind on that. I said, the things that I was out here giving to people abundantly, I need to give myself that. I gave myself patience. I gave myself time. I gave myself opportunities to start all over again when I saw fit. I gave myself the chance to evolve. I'm dead ass. I'm dead ass about this. I gave myself that on so many different levels. I was like, why am I holding myself to a particular goal or standard that is no longer needed in my personal life? Like, maybe I set goals for myself 15 years ago that in retrospect is not relative or needed from where I am today in my life. Let me break that down. That's deep. What I'm saying is that a lot of times you will set certain professional goals or benchmarks for yourself when you're younger or maybe years later, that as you evolve through time, you realize maybe those are not the things that you want anymore the same way, or maybe your thinking on that has changed. And so rather than hold yourself to things that no longer suits you anymore, allow yourself to evolve on that thinking. to evolve on whatever that is. There are some people that do that. A good example is that I think when I graduated from college I was like, what, 22 at the time. I remember on my goal list, my goal was I wanted to get a master's degree by 30. I wanted to get married by 30, which I did both of those things, interesting enough. Shockingly, I have Forbes 30 under 30 on my list, and I did achieve that like at 28. So I did do that. That was one of those like petty things. I said I wanted to get a book deal by 40. I got it by 30. Blessings. What was the other thing? Oh, I wanted to be a homeowner. That's what it was. I wanted to be a homeowner. I'm 34, y'all. Still don't got a home. But the funny thing is that so much of my education about home owning and the culture of home owning and upkeep, I have no passion to get a home anytime soon. I just don't. I don't. And it's not that I don't. Like my good friend Nina just got a home and it's just lovely. I love that for her. And she's from Philly. So it's a beautiful thing for her to, be able to, come back to her hometown and really get it, right? And I love that for her. And it's beautiful. I just, for myself personally, like for the way in which I am very much, I've lived in Philly for a long time. I don't really see myself leaving Philly right now. But I'm also in this mindset of like, I don't really know. Like, I'm very like, I'm also married, right? So when you get a home single, there's a different, there's different ways in which you go about that, right? Like there's a different mindset you have. But I just, the type of things that I desire in a home and what I envision upkeep and things of that nature, I just don't have that type of level of patience for it. And so I just know, and I'm also like I'm a little bit of a diva. Like, I don't want to call a plumber. I don't want to get a rooftop. I don't want to spend any money getting a roof. Like, I'm just very, I just don't. People say, well, home ownership is, listen, I'm not disagreeing with that. But just for where I am personally, and Mr. Johnson, we're like both on the same page about this. Like, this is not like one of those things where he's like, I want to get a home, and Ernest is holding me up. Like, we're very much are like the same on this mindset. It's like, where, and we're very particular. And by the way, let me get y'all off this tip right now. If you do real estate, I don't care. Leave me alone. Do not message me. Do not try and sell me a house. One of the most cringiest things lately I've noticed in my career over the past 5 years is that I guess because people are seeing, maybe I'm making some money or whatever, we're doing good over here, that they are in my Telfar bag. Stay out my bag. Literally. Don't be counting my money. Can I get a house? Oh, absolutely. Yes, clearly. I can afford a house. I'll never forget when I got my first book deal, and in the deal announcement, they said it was a 6-figure deal. I'm just going to say that if I, let me just say this. When the B2 deal, when the book deal, if I get a second book deal, I'm just going to say it I'm going to phrase it like that. One thing I will say is that any announcement or suggestion of how much the deal is, I will not do that. I will not allow them to disclose that again. So when I got my first book, they said in a 6-figure deal. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. People was counting my bag, okay? Because I realized not everybody gets 6-figure book deals from major publishers. I did not know that. I thought that was per the course. Like, of course you get a deal. You're either going to get a 6-figure deal or a multi-million-dollar deal. Like that's what I assumed. But that's not the case. A lot of people that write books, that get, book deals, a lot of people are not getting 6 figures. They're not. And I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I thought, like, if you're getting, like, my mindset was if you're getting a book deal, right, by a publisher, you're going to get a substantial amount of money if you're not going to independently write the book. That's what I thought. I was wrong. So when they announced it, that was a 6-figure deal. Oh my goodness. I realized, like, within 2 weeks, there was these, like, random folks hitting me up. And I was trying to figure out, where's this coming from? So I had people from financial spaces, like, trying to get me a financial portfolio to invest in stock and investments. It was like, why are people asking me this? Like, why is people hitting me up? And then I had a bunch of real estate people from Keller, whatever Thomas, whatever that is, asking me to invest in property and be a partner and stuff. Get out of my money. Get out of my bag. So I do not do that anymore. Let me be very clear with you all. As a girl with some money, first of all, I have somebody's Ivy League degree. I'm very smart, as you all know. Otherwise, you wouldn't be listening to this podcast every week. I am not one of those people that flaunts money and wealth in a way of like, okay, because people say, well, what about when you go out to eat? Shut up, be quiet. Let me make sure I ground this the proper way. There is one thing to enjoy the fruits of your labor, going to nice restaurants, getting beautiful gifts, traveling, whatever, right? But there's another thing to boast whatever your mechanisms for building your wealth and your money. And I find it, in my opinion, I find that to be a little, a little tacky. There's a lot of people that go out loving to tell everybody about how much stock they're investing in, what type of financial portfolio they have, what kind of money they got saved. And I just think that's just tacky. And so, look, I'm never going to dress down, okay? So if you want to judge how much money I have based on how I dress, listen, let me tell y'all something. Even when I was not, quote unquote, rich or had money or whatever the case is, however you want to feel about it, I always dressed with some style because Marshalls was always around, okay? And TJ Maxx. I'm going to tell you right now, don't judge people based on how they dress and how they appear because you'll be surprised, okay? On the opposite end, on the front end, okay? I just am going to always have style. And style is not collected to money, okay? Listen, I was in Ralph Lauren when I was 12 because they would sell the polos, okay, at Marshalls and TJ. You can always find you a good look, baby, if you look in a Ralph. That's one thing I'll tell you. So don't judge people's money because there's people out here going from paycheck to paycheck but can wear a good, can find them a good Versace cologne for less, okay? So I always tell people, don't make judgments on people's money based on fashion sometimes because, listen, I always knew how to dress the part, even if I didn't necessarily have all the parts, okay? So I think people need to just relax on that. However, I know that nowadays you can judge people based on what kind of positions and jobs they have. Okay, that's fair, right? And so because I have multiple streams of income and bags, it is no way that you're going to look at me and say, like, I will never walk around and say I'm broke. I will not. There are a lot of people I know who are gainfully employed and will say they're broke. I hate that. That's cringy to me. If you have like pools of various ways to get money, and meaning you got family that have money, you're never, without a place to stay, you always find yourself having parties. Like, I'm just saying, there's a lot of people who have money that will say, like, they're not necessarily wealthy or rich, but they're decent, right? And they'll say, I'm broke. I'm like, please stop saying that. Please stop saying that. You've never been without. Okay, just because you cannot get the premium package VIP concert ticket to somebody's concert at the drop of a dime does not mean you're broke. Stop it. Okay? Because when it's all said and done, you're going to go to everybody's birthday dinner. You're going to make plans to travel with your friends. You're not broke, okay? You just can't splurge the way that you want to. That's a first world problem. There are people that are complaining about not being able to splurge the way they want to, and so therefore they're calling themselves broke. Stop it, okay? That's class anxiety, and you need to cut it out. Where I grew up and how I grew up, I knew people who had to choose between things. And it wasn't choosing between whether I go to DC for the weekend or stay at home and do a nice dinner. It was, do I pay my bills or do I get my prescription drugs? Yeah, I got to go deep because I've had to check people in my own network who oftentimes will play into those semantics. And as somebody who grew up around people that had to choose between either or. Now, I grew up in a working class family. It was more so that I wasn't poor. I grew up in a family that was like, you may not get it, you're going to get it, but not right now. Well, we'll get it though, but not right now. I grew up in the, You're going to get it, but you can't get it right now. That's how I grew up. People know what that means, right? It's the, oh my goodness, the new so-and-so came out today. I want to go to the store and get it. My folks like, okay, in the next 2 paychecks, I got you on it at the end of the month. If you do your grades, and you have to earn it, you know? So you wasn't just getting shit just cuz. You had to earn it, you know what I'm saying? So I made good grades. I did the things I need to do on my end. So I always was understood that you had to work for something. Even if I didn't financially pay for it, I had to earn it. And so my understanding around money and things is that you should work hard to get the extra things. Now, my family, I was fortunate to live in a household where I had 3 meals a day. I had a roof over my head. I had the things I needed. But the things that I, quote unquote, desired, right, and wanted, those were things that took time. And I've learned in life to give myself the grace for the things I, quote unquote, want, not the things I need. My necessities are long covered. And I'm actually blessed to say that I live in a space now where most of the things that I want, I can get on demand. Most of the things I want. If Beyonce tickets come out, I can buy them right now. I'm very fortunate for that. But I tell people that even if you're not in that circumstance, right? Don't be so quick to downplay your circumstances and say, oh, I'm broke, I'm not this, I can't do that. Don't do that to yourself. And I see a lot of people doing that. Because if you really understand, like as a journalist, I cover people in various spaces of life. And I know right now in this financial economy that we're in, right, that the current financial crisis, there are people out here, I just feel like some people can be a little detached. They can be a little detached. And at a time like this, in this holiday season, please be mindful about how you discuss finances, social inequity, and things of that nature. Because a lot of people are going through it for real. It's not a, oh, what gifts can I get? Or what food can I get? Some people can't afford food. So please watch your mouth. Watch how you're talking in work settings. Watch how you're discussing these things in open public space. Because you just don't know what people are going through. And so I say all this to say that even in my own life, I don't get into those spaces where I have conversations like that. Because I'm very mindful about those things. And I feel like people who have not really grown up around people who are, lower income or working class or things of that nature, it shows. The privilege shows in how they talk about things. And it's a reality check to really not be a whiny, bratty bitch. I'm just going to say it. Don't be a whiny, bratty bitch. Nobody likes a whiny, bratty bitch. And that's not gender coded because there's a lot of whiny, bratty bitch men. I'm not talking about women. A lot of men I know that are just always beating themselves up, especially men when it comes to class. Oh, I don't got this. I'm whack. I don't got these shoes. It's like, what? What? I just want everybody to relax. Give yourself that grace. Give yourself that space. Be grateful. Gratitude is very important. Gratitude will get you far. I love a person that no matter where they at and where they are in life, they're always thankful that they're alive and that they're thriving in some kind of capacity. Gratitude has always been my virtue for myself. I am never going to complain about shit that is free. Y'all got to get out the fucking way with that. If somebody takes me to an event and there's food and there's drink, it's never going to be the worst thing ever. It's never going to be the worst thing ever. Nothing free in gratefulness is never going to be the worst thing ever. If I go to a party and, it was an invite and it's free or whatever, I'm never going to complain about it all up and down. I'm never going to complain about free shit. You're never going to hear me complain about free shit. I'm not. Now, if I got to pay for something out of my pocket, yeah, I'm going to have some critique. I'm going to have some critique if it's not good. You know what I'm saying? But if something is free and something is something that I didn't have to necessarily do, you're not going to hear me just tearing something down. I'm not. Okay? I'm just not. It's just never going to be like that for me. Priorities. That's what I'll say. Priorities. So before I get into my next thing, when I found my first book deal, people were like hitting me up, counting my pockets, like trying to get me to do investment portfolios, trying to get me to do real estate, to be a co-founder or something, like trying to get me to invest in things. Leave me alone. Um, I'll say that. One of the things that I do invest in some things. I do have things that I personally choose to be involved in, and that is what I choose to do. Okay. And I know what those things are, and those are the things that I choose to do my time with. But I have a lawyer, I have a financial advisor, coach, I have an agent, I have two agents. I have a book agent, a personal speaking agent that books me for gigs. I have a team. And I don't flaunt the team. I don't run around. Some people do that all the time. My team. I don't do that. But I have people that are in my life that I've worked with for years that set me up for success and put me in a good place. Okay? I'm good. I got it. That's why I don't do all that. People be always online. Do you know where to go for this? Do you know? I don't need that. I have a great source of friends and connections that allows me to navigate my life with ease. And I'm blessed and I'm fortunate for it. That's why you'll never see me like stressed out, because I am just living in a world of gratitude. And a lot of you are, if you actually start to look at how blessed you are and how fortunate you are, if you look at the people that give a damn about you, the family members, the friends, the social circles, the networks, whatever, if you really took time to look at the people that give a damn about you, you'll find that you're already abundant and you're already, oh my goodness, this is becoming a motivational podcast, I guess. But no, seriously, take some time, especially during this holiday season, to really reflect on your circumstances. And you'll realize it's not as bad as you've made it seem. There's some people out here that just be really out here beating themselves up. I hate it. I think that's my biggest thing. One thing I don't like is a person that will drag themselves. Let me tell you something. I'm going to drag a hater. I'm going to drag the president before I drag myself. I be damned. You out here dragging yourself when there's so many other people to drag out here? What are you talking about? You could drag. Listen, they say, Ernest, you always dragging people. Yes, I would rather drag trash than drag myself. That's the problem. Y'all too busy talking about yourselves and not doing other people. I will tell you something. One thing I'm not going to do is shit on myself. A lot of you all will beat yourselves up and drag yourself. You drag. I got too many other people to drag that's doing far worse than anything I could be doing in my own personal space. Drag them. You might find it therapeutic. Don't take your problems on yourself. Take it out on somebody else that deserves it. That deserves it. Full disclaimer, that deserves it. You over here beating yourself up, talking about yourself. You talk about somebody who's a problem. Okay? The president got tons of problems. Drag the president. You over here dragging yourself. Drag the president. Drag other people. Just saying. Drag your boss that's getting on your nerves. There's other people to drag. Don't drag yourself. So, I digress. So, this week was fun. This past week, I went to go see Hadestown. This time with Mr. Johnson, we was at the Forest Theater. Ensemble Arts, they love Hadestown, honey. They had it earlier this year, and my younger brother and I went to see it the first time. They have it now at the Forest Theater, which is a smaller theater compared to the Academy of Music. But Hadestown is now available. If you didn't get to see it the last time, you can see it again. I've seen it twice in the same year. It's good. The second time I saw Hadestown this time around, I finally understood it. I ain't gonna hold you. The first time I saw it, I was a little lost. Not to say it's bad. It's very good. If you like Greek mythology, it's good. But I don't know. Like some musicals are a little too deep that sometimes I might lose track of what the plot line is. I finally got the story. Really, really got the story the second time I watched it. But a lot of people will get the first time because they are into Greek mythology. So it was great to them. It's about Eusebes and winter. It's loosely based off of that. It's very popular. It's a very popular musical. Basically, it's about Orpheus and Eugepsis or whatever her name is, but it's about Orpheus. That's the main. It's basically the ancient Greek myth of Orpheus and Eusebes. That's really what it's about. Hades and or Persephone, and it's that story. So if you know that story, that Greek story, that is what this is about. That's pretty much it's basically a folk opera retelling of that Greek myth. So it's yeah, it's that story. It's very cool. It's got a New Orleans um like vibe of like a New Orleans vibe, type of soulful vibe. So it's cool, you know. Um yeah, yeah. Very diverse cast. But a lot of people like it. A lot of people like it. It won 8 Tony Awards when it first came out. It won for Best Musical. So there's that. But yeah, it was a very good show. Highly recommended. If you can get tickets to go check it out, I would recommend you do. So, other things I did this week. Founders Day. Okay, December 4th, 1906. An important day in world history. 7 incredible men helped create the greatest fraternity, but the first intercollegiate Black Greek letter organization known as Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, and the icy cold day of, Cornell University, an Ivy League school, okay? Very important. It was cold. It was ice cold. And it was a day of transformation because these men decided that they wanted to create an institution that would be for the betterment of Black men like themselves and others. And for 119 years, they've achieved that. And so many great people have come through the fraternity, right? Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Thurgood Marshall, Lionel Richie, right? Did y'all know that? Lionel Richie. Of course, Governor Wes Moore, Senator Raphael Warnock, Ernest Owens, Roland Martin, Benny Boone. Did y'all know that? Keenan Ivory Waynes. The list goes on. So many great people have come through this fraternity. So many more will be coming very soon. We'll get their letters very, very soon. And the legacy will continue. But Founders Day, we celebrated it. My fraternity brothers all across the country. Parties, mixers, gatherings, all of that. And so there was a great gathering in Philadelphia. And yeah, it was a great Founders Day. And so every December 4th, don't ask me what I'm doing December 4th, okay? I heard Ashanti came to Philly, did the tree raising ceremony. I heard it was a little bumpy. Not for her, but for Philly, because Philly just can't get its sound right. But yeah, it was a big day. Anytime December 4th, don't ask me on December 4th. Whatever I'm doing December 4th is going to be black and gold coated. So yeah, it was a great Founders Day. It was a very, very great Founders Day. This is my second one, that second one, had to do it big. But it was very nice. Very, very nice. So, also this week, I had the pleasure of going to a baby shower. Another Sagittarius. I'm gonna, what I'm saying this somewhere, and it's gonna be a problem. But Katrina, which is my husband's best friend, she was the best woman on his side of the wedding. Her birthday is coming up. She is a Sagittarius. But outside of her birthday, she is pregnant. She had a lovely baby shower with her husband, Tamir, which we went to their wedding a couple years ago. It was lovely. They're now expecting a baby boy. So it was a cute baby shower. Very nice baby shower. First of all, oh my God, I haven't been to a baby shower in like a long time. I love baby shower food. I really do. And they really had the food, okay? And it was interesting because it was like a mix of Puerto Rican food because I think Tamir's Puerto Rican. So it's like Puerto Rican food and of course the black baby shower classics. They had the meatballs. You know they had the wings. You know they had the deviled eggs, the pasta salad. You know they had the baby shower menu. And it was so good. Like, and they had an open bar, which I was like, wow, they had an open bar. And they had all the baby shower games that I haven't played in for a long time, you know. And I will say this, I won. I still got it, y'all. I won 2 baby shower games. The first one was the yarn and string, where you put it around the belly. Where you're supposed to guess the size of the pregnant person. So you're supposed to, like, you know, they give you a yarn, right? And you're supposed to guess how long the waist is, right? I still got it. I literally guessed Katrina's waistline, like, you know, bump to the exact T. Okay? And I won my prize. It was cash prizes. Y'all won money. I won. I had it down. I still got it. When I was younger, like, both, you know, I have 2 younger brothers, so I've did baby showers a lot. Like, when I was younger, I feel like my mom, her friends, I went to a lot of baby showers when I was younger. So the games were like gaming. But I was good at them. I was always good at, like, all them type of competitive games. But that's also because I grew up in that space. Baby showers, kids' birthday parties, anniversary parties, retirement parties. I used to go to a lot of shit when I was younger, like all these types of things. And I don't know, people don't do them like they used to, but I used to go to that stuff. So I know the games. I'm like, listen, Mr. Johnson was sitting there looking like, listen, and then there y'all go. When are y'all expecting kids? We're not having kids. But we're gonna be good godparents, okay? We're gonna be good gay uncles and all that kind of stuff. But people were like, you know, like, you into this. You know, are you trying to have no, child, I don't know. I don't know. No, I don't. But I won that game. And then there was a game where you get a balloon and you put it in your belly, like you put it under your shirt, and you sit in a chair and you have to take your shoes off. And you have to have shoes with shoelaces. So I was so happy I had my New Balances on. But you take your shoes off, and what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to then, with the balloon under your shirt, the goal is you have to then put the shoes on and have to tie them while sitting. And if you know, whoever's the fastest to tie their shoes and not pop the balloon. There were some people that in the process of trying to tie their shoes and do it, they popped their balloon. And some people, they were taking their pretty time. I was the fastest to pull it off. So I won another cash prize. Look, I was winning the games, okay? And that was hard because we was in North Philly. We was competing against some people who clearly, you know, are used to going to baby showers. I hadn't been in a baby shower in like over 10 years. Like, I haven't been in a baby shower in like 15 years. I don't know the last time I went to a baby shower. So, you know what's funny? I always feel like I had a life before Philly and then after Philly. Well, not after Philly, but afterwards, right? So, I came to Philly in 2010. So I would say the last 15 years, like, the things that I used to do before 2010 were very different. Like, this is the first baby shower I've been to in 15 years. Because no one I knew was pregnant. Or if they were pregnant, like, they were having baby showers. Or they didn't invite me to the baby shower. How about that? Like, this is like the first baby shower I've been to in 15 years. And so I was sitting there looking like, damn, I still got it. Because before I came to Philly, I feel like I went to a baby shower like every year. Like, I went to like 3 or 2. Like, that was a thing. And so I would win those. I was the king of winning those prizes. So I was like thinking, I might be a little rusty. No, I still got it. So yeah, like, it was such a cute party. It was a very great time. And then I found out that, like, such a small world, that my ace on my line, my line brother in my fraternity, he taught, fun fact, he taught Tamir, her husband. And so, yes, my ace, Darnell, he listen, this man teaching everybody. I'm just like, he's a teacher. He's a dean of students now. But yeah, I was like, the world is so small. He hit me up. He was like, I taught him. I was like, wait, he used to be your student? He, like, taught him in middle school. Who would have thought? The world is small. So yeah, small world. What else did I do this week? I had dinner at Emmett in Old Kensington, is what they call it, Old Kensington. But I went to Emmett. And Emmett is an incredible, exceptional, remarkable restaurant. You have probably heard about them over the past year. Now, my good Judy Candace has been telling me, Candace should have took me to Sile, but we ain't gonna throw shade. Candace, I should have went to Sile with you. I need to go there. I've been trying to get in there for a minute. I just think I've been too busy to go, actually, but I want to go. But she be getting these restaurant reservations at some of these spots. And sometimes I can too. But sometimes I feel like I want to be forced because sometimes I have to wait for Mr. Johnson. And sometimes he wants to go on a Friday or Saturday because he doesn't like to do heavy drinking or eating in the week. He has his own ritual. Myself, YOLO, listen, if it's a Wednesday night and I'm free, I'm going. I'm turning up, okay? Um, but yes, she goes to places. But she went to Emmett a while back and said good things about it. And I, outside of the Lip Brothers, I trust her judgment on restaurants and food because I think outside of the Lip Brothers, she might be the most well-versed black diner in the city. Okay, when it comes, I trust her. She knows what she's talking about. That's one person that I would go out to dinner with outside the Lip Brothers. Some of my friends love my friends down, but some of y'all a little too picky for me. Y'all a little too choosy for me. She is a ride or die, and she know. And I've been telling her, you've been making these reservations, Ken. I'm gonna call you out again. You need to put me in your plans. You listen. Just tell me the date. You just book it. I'll make some movement. I'll figure it out. Okay. Cause she goes. She really goes. She gave me that dance robot reservation at the week. I said it was on a random Wednesday. She couldn't go, and she gave it up. And me, Josh, and my homegirl Laura, we went. Listen, I'm only gonna tell you again. But no, she went to Emmett a while back, and she really talked highly about it. And I had been chasing to go for a minute there. But I've been also doing a lot of traveling outside of Philly. I know a lot of you all have noticed that I've been doing a lot of traveling because I'm going to share this with you all. And I'm only going to share it one time because I don't really like to tell all my tea everywhere. But I do a lot of food reviews for Google. So a lot of y'all have been trying to figure out what is my relationship with the food world now. Well, I do a lot of reviews for Google, Google reviews. I'm one of their credible food reviewers. So I go to some major cities. I don't go everywhere, but I go to major cities. I am considered a local expert for Google food reviews in Philadelphia. So if you ever go to Google and you look up a restaurant in Philadelphia, a really popular restaurant, not like some random hood bar, but if you ever look up a major restaurant in Philadelphia, there is a high chance you're going to see my review at the top or in the top spaces. So if you look up any of the major restaurants, my review will typically show up first. So if you look up Emmett right now, my review will probably show up in the top spots because I'm considered a local expert. So my opinion weighs in. So they send me things. I go travel and things, and I won't get into all the details, but I do go to specific restaurants, really big restaurants in the city in different places. So when I went to New York City, you all know I went to 11 Madison Park, which is one of the most prestigious restaurants in the East Coast. It is a 3-star Michelin restaurant. That wasn't just because, okay? I'm just going to make that very clear. But I also went to another restaurant called King, which is a rising restaurant in New York City. It's ranked number 6 in New York Times top restaurants. So there's restaurants that are top prestigious. Like when I went to DC, I went to Doggone, I went to Albee, I went there. But when I go to these cities, I go to real big restaurants when I do travel for eating. So it's a thing, and I've been doing it for quite some time, since a year, for the past year, since I left Eater Philly, and it's great. So there are some restaurants that I have to prioritize over others because of this. But Emmett is a restaurant that I finally got a chance to go to, and I'll be going to some other restaurants very soon too. This that I will finally be able to go to give reviews, because now I'm doing Google reviews. So some restaurants that I haven't reviewed already, I have to review. So you'll see this trend. But that's why, if you've been looking and you've been like, Ernest, you've been ramping up these restaurants. You're doing some interesting stuff. Like, what's up with the food? Like, you still in the mix? Like, what's going on? I'm only gonna tell y'all this once. I really don't. I can't really go around promoting it heavy because the goal is to be a little But it's an Earnestly Speaking exclusive. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. And that's gonna be that. But that's why, if you noticed, I've been sharing things. But that's what I do. Y'all know I wasn't gonna let it go. Y'all know I was gonna do something with food. Yeah, you listen. With all that time, listen. Um, but also too, you all know that I've been prioritizing, my health and wellness too. Like, I can't go to restaurants every single day like I used to, and that's the thing. Like, I've been keeping, I've been keeping my physique, lately. As y'all know, I've been for the past year. And that's because I've been, being more mindful about how I eat and things of that nature. And look, I do that for me. And I want to just put that full disclosure. I'm not telling people how to live their lives or how to eat or whatever. But, I like how I look right now, and I want to maintain the sexy for me. This is what sexy looks like to me. I've always been sexy, but I feel like I like how I'm taking care of myself right now, and I'm maintaining it. So I'll say that. But when I do go out, when I pop out, it got to be epic. It got to be something grand. Emmett does that for me. Emmett was impressive. A lot of people know they've been getting all these awards. Esquire just announced them as one of the best new restaurants. Infatuation nationally said they one of the best new restaurants in the country. They are the best. They are, in my opinion, one of the best new restaurants in the city. Chef Evan Snyder is doing something incredible here. They say that they're like a Mediterranean restaurant, but I don't think that fully encapsulates what makes Emmett special. I don't really, I may be a little basic, but I am kind of like Mediterranean. Like, that's how they're describing this cuisine. I I don't really, it's something different. You know what I'm saying? Um, I don't really know if I would call it Mediterranean. I mean, I guess it is, but it's not Mediterranean in the ways that you all know it to be. And I think that's the thing for me. Like, a lot of people say it's Mediterranean, but it's not like Mediterranean in the ways that you all are used to Mediterranean. That's how I would say. Like, if you're expecting pita bread and, a Greek salad, that's not this. Like, that's not this. This is something different. I wouldn't call it Mediterranean, but I know that's how they're describing it. But there's like pasta dishes on here. There's just certain things on this menu that is just very different. I just, words can't describe it, y'all. But a lot of people want to call it, um, you know, they want to call it Mediterranean. That's what they're calling it. I, I think it's a little bit more unique than that. That's how I would put it. But the food is incredible. They have a tasting menu that is 140 per person. It is on the upscale side. This is not a restaurant that you just go out to just have drinks. This is a serious restaurant for my folks on a budget. This is where you go to propose to somebody. This is where you go with somebody that you're in love with. This is, unless you super rich. Now, if you super rich, take the bride out. Take the joint out. You know what I'm saying? Wine and dine them. Sparkle and dazzle them, okay? If you trying to, seal the deal, honey, like, go here. But this is not for the meek. This is a $140 tasting menu. And let me just tell y'all right now, those portions, baby, this ain't a little small plate, John. They are going to fill you all the way up. I normally don't take home leftovers, but baby, by the time we got to the duck at the end of the night, I was like, okay, I need to take half of this. I need to take half of this and box this and have this the next day, which I did. And it was delicious. They have add-ons. We did all the add-ons. We added on the foie gras at the end with the duck, which is what made us take the duck home because it was so much. We had lamb, and y'all know I love lamb. We had lamb and duck, and y'all know I lost my mind when I had the duck. We had caviar with madeleines, and oh my goodness, we had a rabbit pot pie situation or something like that, like a hot pocket of a rabbit. We had rabbit, we had duck, we had lamb, we had halibut, we had salmon tarts, we had beef tartare, rye tartlets with beef tartare. It was, listen, we ate our way through the land, the sea, the sky. Okay, we kept it 100 on the land, the sea, and the sky. Okay, that's what Taylor Swift said. Okay, it was good. It was great. Food was really good. Very, very good. And and let me back up and say this real quick, because I'm gonna have to let this be known. And y'all might call me an elitist or a snob or food snob or whatever. Judge your cat. I don't care. Because I need to say this. This is a gourmand's restaurant. This is a restaurant enthusiast restaurant. This is the type of restaurant that's going to look at you and say, bitch, you ain't got the range to eat here. Okay? This is a very elevated, sophisticated menu. It's very intricate. It is very detail-oriented. It's very ingredient diverse. If you are somebody who have aversions to a lot of things, you don't like this, you don't like that, I will tell you, I had to step outside of my own comfort zone to enjoy the food and allow this man to rock. I did not alter the menu in any kind of way. There are certain things that I don't like, or there's certain ingredients I don't care for, but when I came here, I said, you know what? I'm going to try it. I'm going to see how they would do it. And I will honestly tell you all, I was all the better for it. I was the better for it. I'm so happy I did not ruin a good dish or make him create an alternative version. I was able to appreciate everything that he did with the ingredients he had. And so if you're somebody who's like, I don't like onions, don't come here. I'm just going to say it. Don't come here. If you're someone who's like, I don't really like things that are spicy. I don't like spicy food. Don't come here. Don't come. Everything's not spicy, by the way, but there's some things that might be a little spicy. You know, if you're that person who just nitpicks about every type of little thing, I don't even like chives. Don't come. Don't. Because you're going to ruin the experience for yourself. You know what I mean? You're going to ruin the experience for yourself. I don't like garlic. What? How do you not like? First of all, garlic is on. You can't cook. Get out. This is too basic for you. And some of you all, I'm going to tell you right now, want to go to nice restaurants, want to take these little pictures, and then want to complain about every little thing. You don't want anything on anything. Like there are grown-ass adults out here talking about somebody don't eat vegetables. What are you, 5? If you don't shut the fuck up and eat that broccoli ribeye and sit your ass down, if you don't just eat that beet salad and shut the fuck up, like I'm serious. This gets me. There's people here, I don't eat vegetables, and they grown, and then they wonder why they're. Let me keep it classy, but please, with all due respect, like seriously, with all due respect, eat vegetables. Be an adult, okay? Seriously, be an adult. And go to restaurants like Emmett. Enjoy a restaurant like Emmett. Give yourself that experience. I want that for you. I want you to have that experience. Maybe that should be on your 2026 list. Go to a restaurant. Don't come in there with a bunch of restrictions. Now, if you are allergic to things, like Mr. Johnson cannot eat clams, scallops, and mussels. He cannot eat them, okay? Before y'all start, he cannot eat those 3 things. He can eat everything else. He can eat oysters. He can eat, for whatever reason, he cannot eat clams, scallops, and mussels. He cannot eat them, okay? He does not have a shellfish allergy. Those are just the 3 things he cannot eat. Everything else he can eat. He just can't eat those 3 things. So he just can't do it, right? The beautiful thing was that the menu had none of those things. So he was able to eat everything without any problems. But unless you have an actual allergy, like you really will break out in hives, please calm your senses down. I'll give you an example. I hate mustard. Y'all know that. I hate mustard. I hate ketchup. I just hate relish. I hate those things. And so, yeah, I won't eat that on a hot dog. Absolutely not. Ugh. First of all, you know I was born in Chicago, so we don't even eat hot dogs with all that and with ketchup anyway. That's like sacrilegious. Like you just don't eat a hot dog with ketchup in Chicago. So let me just tell y'all right now, I've never been that person. So I don't like these things as like a topping, right? However, in the beef tartlet that he has, that rye tartlet that he really has is really good. He has smoked mustard that's included in the recipe. It's like included in the ingredients. And so it's funny because you'll say, well, Ernest, don't you eat potato salad? I do. It's really weird, right? I do eat potato salad. Yellow potato salad. Like I really do. So I know it has those things in it, right? I've realized that I don't mind eating these things as ingredients. So if there is Dijon mustard, like yellow mustard, absolutely not. But like smoked mustard or certain type of ingredient that's in the actual ingredients, I can eat them. I'm not allergic to it. I just don't like it as a thing. So I try to not have it as much as possible. But if it's cooked into the thing or it's made into the recipe, I've realized I can enjoy it as it is, and it does provide a flavor and things of that nature. And so in this situation, I didn't even know that it had smoked mustard in it, that it was inside of the ingredients itself. And I was like, oh, that makes sense though, because it gave it a level of flavor, and I wasn't even grossed by it. But just regular, no, no, get that away from me. Like I'm not going to eat a hot dog with I'm just no, absolutely not. Get it away from me. Like just it just makes my skin crawl, right? So that's what I mean. Like sometimes you might not like a thing by itself, but maybe as an ingredient it might work. You know what I mean? So just give yourself that creative freedom if you can. You know, don't be so quick to just say no, because there's a chef like this man, Mr. Snyder, that is doing some incredible work, and you're going to miss out on some dishes that's going to change your perspective. So that is something that I love about this restaurant, and I really think it is one of the best new restaurants in Philadelphia. And I will even go far to say that it is definitely one of the best restaurants in Philadelphia, period, right now. Like, period. Period. That tasting menu is divine. The ingredients, the experience, it's just such a very memorable experience. Mr. Johnson loved it. Okay, my number one best new restaurant in Philadelphia this year is Honeysuckle. Let's be very clear. Honeysuckle is number one. Okay, but this is a very close, very, very close second. And to be honest, well, I ain't gonna go that far, but I was gonna say I could tie them. But honestly, they are the top two. Everybody else will be third, fourth, fifth, or whatever, but those are the top two. Okay, those are the top two for me. Okay, they're the top two. Shit, I would even put them in the top two of the past 3 years, to be honest. Well, actually, take that back. I would probably put Provenance at. I'll probably put Provenance at number one, and then Honeysuckle at number two in the past 5 years, and then probably put Bastia at number three. Nah, nah. I'll put Emmett over Bastia. Bastia's good too. I'm just thinking about the past couple years. Malu will be in there. Not number one, though. Not number one. Not number three, either. Probably like number five. But Emmett is a very great, strong restaurant. I really do like Emmett. I really do like Emmett. Emmett is just incredible. And it deserves all the praise, all the honor, all of the recognition. It deserves all of those things. They're doing some great things there. Very, very good. I highly recommend it. And then lastly, before we get to hot topics, I have some really, cool news. Well, first of all, on the record with Ernest Owens, we had a special guest, council member Jamie Gauthier. We're going to talk about, that interview that everybody's talking about. We're going to talk about that later in the show. But before I conclude, I made a big announcement over the weekend. I am going to be the keynote speaker for Wilson College's MLK Day symposium on MLK Day. So in January, January 19th, I will be speaking at Wilson College, giving a speech about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The theme will be on infinite hope, which comes from a very popular quote that Dr. King once gave, which is going to be my mantra. The quote is, "We must accept finite disappointment, but never lose infinite hope." So we must accept finite disappointment, but never lose infinite hope. Beautiful, beautiful words. That concept is my personal mantra for 2026. Infinite hope. What does that mean? How to operate in a space where the hope is always there, that no matter what's going on, you have to have it. So Yeah, it's a paid speaking event, a gig, They paid me some thousands. I ain't too shabby. Shout out to them. Shout out to Wilson College. Shout. I'm very happy about this because I've always dreamed of doing an MLK commencement speech. Like I've always wanted to do one of those. Like listen, this is a big deal for me, and I'm really happy about it because MLK Day is often a day of service, and it is a day of service. People should volunteer if they want to. If that's what they want to do. I'm always big on saying Black people need to rest because we should be resting. To be honest, we work too damn hard every other day. Okay. But I will say that if you look at most colleges across America, a lot of decent colleges, I'll say that, they do these MLK Day events and they always hire speakers, and it's always an elected official or some, dignified straight Black man. And sometimes they may do women, but they always do like a straight Black man, right? You know, Mark Lamont Hill has done them, a couple other folks. They always pick certain people to do these speeches. And it's oftentimes straight Black men. So for this college, which is near Harrisburg, it's out in Harrisburg, to pay me to be their commencement speaker for their MLK Day event, like to be their speaker, to be their keynote, to be the person in my unapologetically Black, queer, millennial self, to give that speech when several other great speakers over the years have come there and have given similar speeches. I am just completely honored by that and humbled by it. And it's an honor. And yeah, I'm excited. So the event will be in person, so it is open to the public, but there will be a live stream. So when details about the live stream goes up, I will definitely be sharing it with you all, so you all can watch it at the comfort of your home. It's going to be from 5 to 6 o'clock. So I'll be there from 5 to 6, and I'll be giving the speech around that time. So it's gonna be a very fun, reflective day. Looking forward to engaging these students on the college campus, and yeah, I'm really feeling good about this. So yeah, I'm very honored. And again, one of those situations where, number one, shout out to my agent, shout out to my team, shout out to Collective Speakers, for booking the dog, getting the dog booked, getting my accommodations. I'm gonna be in a hotel. I'm gonna be traveling. Like I'm good. I'm very, very, grateful for this. And, people like yourselves who are spreading the word, booking me for things. I'm not gonna put all my information out just now, but 2026 is looking good for speaking engagements. You guys are trying to get me booked, you know? I don't know who spread the word that I can host. A couple people have been spreading the word. There's some people in Philly have been hit me up to MC some stuff. First of all, thank you, because I've always joked that I can host something. I'm a very good MC, and people have not tapped into that in Philly. Other places have in other cities, but I feel like people have not tapped into my hosting talent. Now, I don't put myself out there and say, hire me for all your hosting events. I'm not like that, but I just feel like in Philly, no shade, but it's like always the same people that host events. Okay, I'm gonna have to name them, no shade, but it's always this person named Cherry. Um, Lorraine Ballard Muriel. She's always hosting something. They always have Miss Patty Jackson, who's of course an incredible host. But it's always like the same three or four people I noticed that are always hosting stuff. Miss Patty Jackson, who's been the queen of MC. I mean, why not, right? She, of course. But then it's like always also Tam Edwards from 6ABC. They always have Tam Edwards hosting something. They always have Lorraine Ballard Muriel always hosting something. Like I feel like she also it's like a certain group of people that host something in the city. And there's always this woman named Cherry. Um, it's like the same 4 to 5 people. Like if you look at any brochures or flyers, it's always going to be something with those people hosting. And it's not a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing for them. It's just that if you really notice, it's always the same. Like when you look at the flyers, it's going to be Tam Edwards or Miss Patty Jackson or Lorraine, um, Ballard Muriel, or it's going to be this lady named Cherry. I don't know that many men. I'm not saying they don't get men to MC things. But if you really look at these flyers, and I forgot the other one, Deanna Williams. Deanna Williams. I almost forgot. But Those are like literally the 5 women that literally MC about 85% of Philadelphia events. Sometimes Shari Williams. They might get a little spicy and do Shari Williams. But the big 5 that they always have is that lady named Cherry, Lorraine Ballard Morrow, Tam Edwards, Miss Patty Jackson, and Deanna Williams. I would be, listen, I am double dog dare you that anybody in Philadelphia that's been to a gala or a public panel or an event, those are you have been to an event where one of those women have emceed it. Literally, they are, I'm not calling them gatekeepers because I don't mean it that way. I don't mean this in a mean way. But they literally have the hosting game on lock. Literally, they have the hosting game on lock. It's not that many men at MC events. I mean, every blue moon, you might get a Rick Williams or a Yuki Washington. Every blue moon, you might get them. You used to be QDZ. Quincy Harris used to MC some stuff back in the day a lot too. But like I said, those 5, those are the 5. Those are the 5. Those are the 5. Those are the big 5. I promise you, you have not been to an event where they don't MC. They are always the ones MCing an event. And I just want to say to event producers, stop being lazy. Mix it up. Ernest is here. Have no fear. If you want somebody that is under 40 to host your events, call me. I will do it. And I won't be a diva. You know who else is in the mix? And I leave her out. I just left her out. The other person who's under 40 that y'all will give a chance to that's under 40, that's not me, is Alex Holly. But rarely, though. She don't do as many. But she's the other one under 40. I will say, hire me. Alex Holly sometimes. Y'all will get Alex Holly sometimes. I will say y'all will sometimes hit Alex. Have y'all noticed the pattern, though? Most of the people are broadcast people, broadcast women. They're in broadcast, either on radio or TV. I'm just saying, it's too many galas. It's too many events happening in the city for y'all to keep recycling the same people. Mix it up a little bit. Just mix it up a little bit. I think people will find a very cute, handsome black gay man to be a great host. I think so. I think I have wit. I think I'm funny. I think I have the ability to do some cool things. I'm just saying, just mix it up a little bit. You know, like, can we get some people under 40? Can you give us a shot? We can do some good things on the mic. You know, I think the only time I get the MC things are things that I'm like a part of, where like, I don't want to pay for a host. Like I'd be like, even like PABJ, right? We do events and people be paying for these MCs, or either they pay them or they have to create all these accommodations. There's red carpet for them. And I'm just like, I realize that people enjoy me hosting my own events. I hosted the PABJ Awards this year. I just like, I'm funny enough. I'm cool enough. Y'all gonna get some bang for y'all buck. Let me MC it. And I did a good job. And no one was like at all like, why not have this person? Everybody was like, yeah. So sometimes you just gotta do it yourself. If you got the talent to. You could just host the damn thing yourself. Maybe that's what people want to see. I remember when Oprah magazine, she was always on the front cover of Oprah magazine. People used to say, why? I said, Oprah, why not be on the front cover? It's Oprah. Who's not gonna buy 6 issues a year of Oprah on the front cover of the magazine? Y'all crazy. I did. I'm an Oprah fan. Y'all know I love me some Oprah. But Oprah magazine, I remember when she first did it, like, she was always on the front cover. It was her shit. And people bought it because it was Oprah. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I have all the thoughts. But yeah, that's how I'm doing. That's how I am. So let's get to hot topics. So this week in politics have been a shit show. There's a lot of random what the fuck moments that has taken place this week across both political spectrums, whether it's you know, Democrats or Republicans. Everyone's doing a lot of moments, right? And so I've been following this. And for starters, Trump keeps falling asleep. Can we just talk about how there's been another recording photo of Trump at a meeting looking like he's dozing off. Um, I don't want to call him Grandpapa because he's no kin to me, but the man keeps falling asleep, y'all, and I don't know what are we doing here. Okay, so just look, maybe he needs to just go ahead and just retire already. Like, I don't know, but he keeps falling asleep. I mean, a man his age, that is normally what happens when you get to that, when you get super past senior citizenship, you typically doze off. And that's just where we are with him, right? He's freeing all the political criminals. I mean, 1,500 and counting he's pardoned, which is the largest number of any U.S. president. Other presidents, if you want to just keep score, will do around 100 or something. Obama did over 200. Most U.S. presidents in recent memory have done over like 143, 100 and something. It's been over 100 typically, or, again, in Obama's case, over 200 and something, right? But very, very low hundreds, if even hundreds, right? Trump, over 1,500. He's even letting Democrats out. There was a Democrat recently who benefited from this pardon, and he's a little pissed off, actually, that this guy did not become a Republican. But, Trump out here giving everybody the pardons, baby. He letting everybody out, okay? They talking about, Republicans love to say that, Democrats are going to let the prisoners out and free the prisoners. He done probably let out more people than Krasner, okay? So I don't really know what the logic is, other than, he's releasing, let's be clear, he's releasing mostly Republicans and people that are his political allies, so that's what he's doing. But I want people to know that, this is why this is happening. Trump is letting out, he freeing the thugs, honey, the criminals, honey. But yeah, that's what's happening over there. Pete Hegseth, who is the Secretary of Defense guy, he just keep finding himself in hot water. This incident going on with the boat incident that took place in South America, it's looking worse every day. And we've been following this, as you know, on Ernestly Speaking for a while now. He won't commit to releasing a video of that second boat strike. Representative Jim Himes, who's a Democrat, says the man has zero credibility regarding those September boat strikes. And something told me to talk about this for a while, because what's going on in the Caribbean right now? There's a lot of questions happening. This man is talking about the end of U.S. utopian idealism. He got this military strategy. Like, is he trying to get us in war? He wants higher defense budgets. What are we doing right now? Meanwhile, Trump is over here naming a building, a peace office after himself. People didn't even know that was happening. There's jokes out here. Basically, everybody's calling it Operation Kill Everybody. That's an SNL joke, by the way. But people have seen enough. Even Republicans like Don Bacon is criticizing him. They're saying, I think I've seen enough regarding the actions in the Pentagon. He's got back-to-back twin scandals. People are calling him reckless. It's not looking good. Keep an eye on Pete Hegseth. I don't know how long he's going to stay in this position. I feel like he's out of there by the end of next year, at the latest. He's out of there. There's no way he can stay a part of the Trump administration in 2026. Look at Doge. Remember Doge, y'all? DOGE. Remember that? Department of Government Efficiency? What happened to that? Oh, it's dead. It's dead. The government efficiency is no longer efficient. It's been done by the end of the year. It didn't even last that long. Remember that? Trump got inaugurated in January. Everybody thought that this was going to happen. By the end of this year, it's already going, and so is Elon Musk. That didn't even last that long. See that? So it's possible. Okay, it's possible. I'm looking at Kash Patel over at the FBI. This guy cannot stop giving people, his girlfriend, government surveillance. I mean, he's out here letting everybody, his girlfriend is, getting a designated. He's getting a designated driver for his girlfriend. He used apparently, used the FBI as an Uber for his girlfriend's drunk ass friend. Like, what's going on here? Now there's top Trump FBI officials that are saying those pipe bombs was an FBI inside job. There's already been a suspect arrested for the January 6th pipe bomb case, but there are now speculation that they might have been an inside job for the FBI. Again, Kash Patel, probably one of the most unqualified FBI directors in a modern American history. He is currently serving as the acting director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. That was his previous role. He had served as the acting director of that from February to April of this year. The man's 45 years old, and he's a Pisces. Okay, a February Pisces, if you're nasty. I don't understand. The guy got to go. I mean, it's always something going on. It's always something. He claimed that Biden threw out the quote unquote blueprint from migrant vetting. People are saying he embarrasses himself every week with his incompetence. Between him, Attorney General Bondi, and him, it's a circus over there. It's a circus. And the circus is getting to become more and more chaotic. But there's some other concerns going on, right? I'm not going to let y'all get caught up and distracted. The Supreme Court, again, known for being critical and concerned about partisan gerrymandering, they've gone all out. The court has a majority of conservatives, and this past week, they said that Texas's asserted political motives justified letting the state use voting maps meant to disadvantage Democrats in the midterms. Now, this is coming from the New York Times that reported on that. Adam Lipstack, wrote this really riveting piece, breaking down this in a very full throttle news analysis. In his reporting, he pretty much reporting from Washington, found that this goes against everything that the Supreme stands for. Literally, 20 years ago, all 9 Supreme Court justices looked at extreme partisan gerrymandering as a violation to the Constitution. Now, this past Thursday, the majority that is held by the conservatives in the Supreme Court is now allowing Texas to go through with this. This is after a court had already said that gerrymandering in Texas was not going to be a good look and it wasn't supporting it. Now the court is saying that they're claiming that this previous court, right, they said that in many ways they're allowing Texas to use voting maps to disadvantage Democrats, right? There's no hint of constitutional difficulty. There is not a hint of it, okay? Now, to the contrary, they had chastised that lower court for not taking the state at its word, that politics, not race, had motivated those maps. And this is coming directly. They said that the court, quote unquote, they were referring to the lower court that had ruled against the decision, said that it, quote, failed to honor the presumption of legislative good faith. Legislative good faith. Do you believe that gerrymandering in this type of regard is ignoring the role of race in this? But okay. Sure. It's not a good look. There's a lot of hypocrisy here. A lot of hypocrisy. Of course, they were dissented by 3 Democratic appointees. Of course. There was an unsigned opinion on Thursday. We know how Democrats feel about it. We know how conservatives feel about it. This is setting a very nasty precedent. That's what we're dealing with. Now, I could talk about how the Democrats released images of the Epstein's private house, but who gives a fuck? I'm a little bit over the Epstein conversation, to be honest. At this point, I believe that whether Epstein, whether Trump's connected to Epstein or not, I just feel like at this point, conservatives are so obsessed with him that they're not going to, buckle down or change their perspectives or their politics on this. And I've just come to accept that. Like, I'm not being naive anymore to the realities that these individuals in question are very much hell bent on protecting their guy. And that's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. So, but I will say in one positive note before we get to the Democrats and their bullshit. A federal judge has denied attempts to re-indict Tish James. Letitia James, who is in New York, she's a great leader. I've been a big fan of her for years. She's riding strong. She's the AG of New York State, the Attorney General. The grand jury has rejected the Department of Justice's attempt to revive that fraud case against New York AG. It got thrown out. She's good, okay? There's going to be no new indictments for Letitia James. She is a free woman. It is time to move on, Department of Justice. It is time to move on, Trump. Let this woman cook. Another Libra doing her big one. We love a Libra, don't we? And that's that. Now, to these Democrats. I'm going to start with some good things, right? Well, kind of, right? So there was a tight race in Tennessee for that congressional race. Now, the congressional GOP candidate, Matt Van Epps, did win. Okay, so it was not Democrats did not gain a seat in this special election. However, it is important to note that there was a tight race by 7 points. This used to be a 20-point Trump district. Now it is 7-point difference between his congressional seat. What that is telling us is that in the midterms, right, in 2026, with enough pressure, we can continue to see Democrats flip these red seats. Now, this was a deep red Trump district. The fact that in less than a year or around a year's time, it went from 20 points to 7 points, that tells us by the midterms of next year, the way in which the message and the narratives are going, Democrats might be able to flip even deep red things. But we're going to see. But this is looking good. Even though the Democrats didn't win it, they put a lot of resources towards it. It's a little too early, but they're getting close. This is giving a good precursor that the midterms is going to be a blue blood bash, okay? We're talking blue. It's not going to be a red. It's going to be a blue. This is going to be a tsunami, okay? Not a mirage, because this is serious. I definitely think we need to pay attention to that. But at this point this week, Democrats don't really have many other good things going on. There's a lot of infighting that's gotten really messy. And we're going to unpack this. Who do I want to start with first? Halle Berry, Academy Award-winning actress Halle Berry, one of my favorite actresses, just overall favorite celebrities. Her movies are historic and she's done great things. But I really like Halle Berry as a celebrity, as a person. I don't know her that well, but she has commented on my Instagram and I've liked her posts. But I will say that this is an enduring celebrity that has been around for 30 years? And over 30 years, actually. And she's been able to, we don't make Hollywood stars like that anymore. We don't have Hollywood stars like Halle Berry anymore, where, Tom Hanks, we're the Denzel Washington, like Julia Roberts, where these people can stand the test of time. We don't make them like that anymore. They come and go now. Like, they don't even keep a decade. Like, Jennifer Lawrence, hold on, baby. Like, where you going? Like, Jennifer Lawrence, used to be like, what happened to that? Where you could keep a career going for decades. They get a little bit of fame and then they go disappear, go bye-bye. Have y'all noticed that? Like, we can't keep anybody anymore. But Halle Berry, using her platform for good. She's been talking about menopause for quite some time, talking about aging for women and women's rights and all those things. She criticized Governor Gavin Newsom in California, talking about how he just would not sign his menopause bill for the past 2 times he could. Now, she was critical about it. She said, this man, this might be a question. Maybe he shouldn't be president. Girl, she named it. That's what I'm talking about. I appreciate her for standing on business. Now, Sunny Host at The View was trying to criticize, Holly Berry, making his claim that Gavin Newsom had his reasons and that it was a concern with the budget. Well, opponents of that argument said that this budget change was going to be like 0.04 or something, that this was going to be a massive budget change, and that was a faulty narrative. Apparently, he's going to sign it next go around, but that he had concerns around the budget. But I don't know, y'all. I think that it is a fair critique that if this man is going to talk about supporting women's rights and things, it is, I get it, right? I get that Gavin Newsom is considered the quote unquote front runner. But I do think that there is a fair case to make pertaining to these particular issues. Now, some of y'all might say, well, Ernest, what about the reparations bill? Listen, there is fair critique and there's unfair critique, right? Wes Moore also did not move forward on that reparations bill. I'm not going to tack that on Newsom like that. I think there is certain legislation that warrants like a real legitimate critique. The reason why I am not making this comparison to reparations is because reparations, at the current discussion and dialogue on a federal level, there is going to be a lot of barriers to do that. And there is still no fundamental way. Like, we're not talking about reparations as in actual legitimate money, because to even go through those politics will create a bloodbath of arguments, right? I think that is a very nuanced piece of legislation that, while there are some people that want to act like, yeah, just give it, we already know this country's racist. We already know that even trying to have that conversation will create all types of gridlock. And I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze right now with the current administration we have. So yeah, I don't think this is the time to have that conversation. However, this bill on menopause for all women, Black, white, Latino, and everybody else, is a fair fight, is something that has a large level of census on a local level and even on a federal level. There is work and bipartisan interest in this. So the fact that Gavin Newsom is the main one holding this up when this can be done on a statewide level, yeah, it is worth the conversation and critique. And I'm not going to sit up here and let people act like Holly Berry don't know what she's talking about, because this is a woman who's been advocating on this on a level. She is a Democrat. She's always voted the right way history. She would have never used her platform to criticize him if she didn't feel like there was some politics at play. So I really feel like when I heard Sunny Hostin try to do that, it's like, come on, Sunny. Be fair now. Gavin Newsom does play those politics. This man has gone on podcasts with right-wingers and let them bash trans people. Don't sit up here and act like Gavin Newsom does not pick and choose how he wants to play. He done slowed off that shit, though. But this is also the man that was singing Charlie Kirk's praises. So I don't want to hear this whole instant defense over Newsom. He is a white, straight man. He deserves some smoke for the decisions that he makes. And I think it is a fair critique on this issue. Because at the end of the day, what we're not going to do with this race is let you all write a blank check and let any Democrat gets the nomination. Y'all had all this heat for Kamala Harris, talking about how she wasn't vetted and she didn't get to go through a primary. Okay, well, we better have a primary, and we're going to have a primary for the next person to get the Democratic nomination. And if we're going to do that, all of these candidates deserve scrutiny. All these candidates deserve to go through the wire. So I don't want to hear all this, let's just push a guy through. Y'all didn't want to push Kamala Harris through. So we're going to sit through this, and we're going to look at all of these nominees, and we're going to scrutinize all of them and hold them through the parameter. All of them. I don't want to hear this. It is 2025. We need to know where all of these wannabe Democratic nominees stand on these issues. And then this is the right time to get to the bottom of these issues and make them better candidates. I'm not saying that Newsom don't have it. I'm just saying that he's got to earn it. And so every community, every constituency should be asking him the tough questions if he's going to be the so-and-so, quote-unquote, front runner. So I'm just going to go with that. Now, speaking of front runners and candidates interested, I don't know what Josh Shapiro is doing over here, governor of Pennsylvania, but whoever is on his team, y'all need to get him together. Y'all need to get him together. I read a really riveting piece in Atlantic. It was called, this piece was really good. I love when national outlets get it right when it comes to covering our local politicians. Now, you all know that I have been very active on covering this man. And I've been telling people that Shapiro is interesting. This piece is by a guy named Tim Alberta. It is in the Atlantic. It is called The Operator. They're calling him The Operator. I love the subhead. Josh Shapiro has spent his life preparing to lead an America that might no longer exist. I think that is probably one of the most solid summaries of the Josh Shapiro problem. There's so many problems with Josh Shapiro. But I think this is the best way to describe the problem with his campaign. In one sentence, I feel like it really summarizes it. I'm going to read it again. Josh Shapiro has spent his life preparing to lead an America that might no longer exist. Beautiful. Beautiful. Keep it plain. I think the issue I've seen with Josh Shapiro, and I've said this over the years covering this man on my podcast, I feel like Josh Shapiro looks, acts, and sounds like the past. He sounds like Obama. The Obama coalition is dead. Like, there's no Obama movement. Like, the Obama moment and era of politics is gone. He sounds like Obama. He acts like John Edwards. No, he doesn't act like... No, yeah, John Edwards, yes. John Edwards, absolutely. His whole swagger reminds me of John Edwards. He reminds me of an early 2000s Democrat. That very moderate, yet wannabe hip guy. The seventh heaven dad that has a little bit of twang and listens to hip hop. Like, Josh Shapiro is corny. But corny is okay for Democrats. We know corny Democrats are typically electable, right? The issue is that ideal of we're going to find common ground. We're going to sit across the aisle with Republicans, and even though we have these differences on these, moral issues or these social issues, we can agree on fiscal responsibility. We can come together and deal broker issues and things to get to the table. Y'all, that is not it right now. That is not what we have right now. I think Josh Shapiro feels like because he's been able to do some of that in Pennsylvania, he can do that across the country. Y'all, that's not it. They want to kill us. They want to kill us. They want to see us dead. They want to kill us, y'all. And I'm sorry, let me be very, very clear on who they want to kill. They want to kill Black people. They want to kill Latino people. Even the Latinos within their own community want to kill some of their own, right? That's undocumented. That's what the voter says, right? They want to support ICE. They want to support initiatives that is going to strip away the humanity of the very people that are the backbone of the fucking Democratic Party. You all want to work with white people that literally want to kill the heart and soul of the Democratic Party. Black people are the soul and the backbone of the Democratic Party. You are working with Republicans that want to exterminate the backbone of your own fucking party. Without Black people, there is no Democratic Party. It is basically another Republican Party. We're going to make it plain on Ernestly Speaking. We're going to get to the root of this. You cannot tell me that the Republican Party, as of right now, do not want to exterminate Black people. Every policy, every single policy that they're pushing is trying to erase our history, strip us of any level of social services, eradicate our HBCUs, and kill any level of upward mobility that we fucking currently have. That's just where we're at. This administration does not like Black people. This administration hates Black people. This administration wants to do that. The Republicans that continue to support this administration and vote on those policies are also a part of the fucking problem. It's called complicity. Okay? That is what they're doing. So Josh Shapiro believes that he wants to work alongside of these white people that want to do that. Josh, that is why you have 0% of black support right now in these polls. That is why you and Pete Buttigieg have no black support. And you want to sit up here and you want to play in people's faces because you don't realize Josh Shapiro is a Jewish man. Let me tell my Jewish listeners, they come for black people, they're going to come for Jewish people. I've never met a racist that wasn't anti-Semitic. There are a lot of people that have forgotten what solidarity looks like, including Josh Shapiro. Solidarity looks like recognizing that you cannot compromise on black people's oppression and think that it's going to further your agenda. I need black people and Jewish people to come together. It is time for us to unify. And it's time for us to stop letting these very racist notions and be pick-me's. It's not going to work for either side. It never has and never will. When we let racists, white supremacists, cherry pick and play pick-me between the Jewish community and the black community, we are always in some shit. Look at Kanye West. Kanye West was a pick-me for the far right. He thought that adapting their anti-Semitic rhetoric and playing with Nazi swastikas was going to make him cool. And guess what happened? The white supremacists kept on with their swastikas. They kept on with their bullshit. They kept on with their white supremacy. But guess what happened? His ass got canceled. He thought pandering to the far right and being anti-Semitic was going to keep him relevant. And look what they did to him. Okay, Jewish folks, y'all thought, some of y'all, not all of y'all clearly, but y'all thought that aligning yourselves with Trump and that aligning yourself with these far right people, that hanging out with the Ben Shapiros and talking to these neo-Nazis and pivoting towards Islamophobia, right? Thinking that y'all was going to hang out and bash, Zoran Mandami. Y'all thought that all this shit, right, hanging with these people, to bash black folks and to criticize them, y'all thought that that was going to help push the issue on Israel and protect you all. Now what has happened? Look what has happened. Now the Tucker Carlsons are out here pushing anti-Semitic ideals, right? Right? Now you're seeing conservatives criticizing Israel, criticizing Jewish people. Now they don't even like you. They still don't like you. You just spent all this time bashing black folks and Muslim people, thinking that that was going to move y'all up in the ranks. And they still don't like you. Josh Shapiro then sat up here and tried to cozy up, right? And your mansion, the governor's mansion, got hit. Being nice to Trump supporters, being nice to racists, being nice to those types of people, thinking that you can find common ground, they still don't like you. I want my Jewish listeners to recognize that aligning yourselves with people who don't like black people is never going to get you closer to whatever you think is going to be freedom. And black folks hanging out with anti-Semites and dealing with them type of people ain't going to get us close to freedom either. Josh Shapiro, look in the mirror. You're Jewish. I know you know that. And you should also know that trying to find common ground with neo-Nazis and white supremacists and racists that don't like black people is not going to help you out either. They will never see you as a presidential pick the same way they didn't see Kamala Harris. They don't like us. Us. You, S. Us. You and I. They don't like us. So being antagonistic to black people, like me and others, will not get you closer to the White House, buddy. It's not going to happen for you if you continue to keep this up. See, we got to talk about model minorities. And model minorities do not only fit within the Asian bubble. We always talk about model minorities when we talk about Asian individuals. No. Model minorities happens with white passing Latino people that think that they can, perpetuate anti-immigrant migrant views. Let's talk about it. Do y'all want to talk about this? Let's talk about it. Because we're in a different world right now. And I think too often we ignore these real life experiences, right? there are Jewish people in America that feel like they're minorities, right? They are. They know what anti-Semitism feels like, right? But they will oftentimes want to play into the model minority standard, trying to cozy up to evangelical Christians who don't really respect their faith and believe in their existence. I'm telling people, y'all got to tell Shapiro, whatever this shit he's doing right now, trying to, be American, quote unquote, try to play into this American sense of appealing to this middle America of white voters in Pennsylvania who are Christians, who don't respect his faith and don't respect that of minorities across the board or underrepresented communities. Have those conversations. You got to win with a coalition, and that coalition includes black people. And this recent interview he did, accusing Kamala Harris of blatant lies, saying that she's trying to cover her ass. Let me get you together. Let me get you together. Listen, Kamala Harris is by any means not perfect, and she has gotten criticism on this podcast. But one thing you're not going to do is sit up here and act like this woman's a liar. Not on this. Let me be very clear. If you all listened to Ernestly speaking last summer when Josh Shapiro was in that conversation around VP, everything that book said, I had already said on my podcast a year ago. Kamala Harris is not the first person to describe Shapiro as being overly ambitious and a little thirsty for power. That has been said about Shapiro his entire career. He has had a history of backstabbing fellow Democrats on his way to the top. That has been said by so many people. Knives were out, baby, in Pennsylvania. Kamala did not have to say any of what she said in her book. People have been talking about Shapiro and his behavior for years. So to act like she tried to sell that book to cover her ass, what does she need to cover? You got a book to sell in January. One could argue that you're coming for her to sell your goddamn book that is not going to sell the same way that her book is going to sell. You wish that book gets to the New York Times bestsellers list. You wish that it will be on the charts. Don't come for her. Don't come for her like that. Listen, she deserves her critiques. Her campaign definitely deserves its critiques. Her campaign should have been engaging black media locally. The fact that Kamala Harris did not even make an appearance on Word Radio throughout that entire campaign was a very disgusting decision. Bad decision. Her campaign was wrong for that. They put Tim Walz on there. We wanted her. That is the weirdest shit ever. How does Vice President Kamala Harris, running for president, comes to Philadelphia and does not make an appearance on Word Radio? When we already know Biden had made an appearance. For better or for worse. But the fact that she did it, I'm just saying, y'all got to stop playing with black folks. Everybody got to stop playing with black voters, black media, and black listeners. I don't know why people do that. And see, what's crazy to me is Biden and other white candidates, right? They know not to play with us. But for whatever reason, there's some anti-blackness going on in certain circles. I'm just going to put that there because we're going to talk about that later on this show. But I just want to name that real quick. I don't know what Shapiro on right now, but I don't know what like 1 week he signed the Crown Act, and the next week he's calling one of the most prominent black women in politics a liar. I just don't know what his team is doing, but he's smelling himself. And I've been telling y'all this for a minute. I've been telling y'all Shapiro got some dip on his chip, and I don't know where is it coming from, but you need to pipe down because your polling numbers ain't doing that good. So they put out the polling numbers for black voters. Gavin Newsom right now has the highest. No surprise there. But Shapiro and Buttigieg is scoring 0 amongst black voters. Pete Buttigieg has had this problem forever. If he's trying to run for president, he needs to go ahead and hang that up. I don't see them numbers getting better for him anytime soon. But Shapiro, 0 amongst black voters? Not the guy who's trying to sound like Obama and play basketball and listen to hip hop music. I don't know about that. Now, moving along to media changes. There's a lot going on in media right now. A lot. But let's talk about one of the big things. Netflix has bought Warner Brothers. Okay? Netflix has now got Warner Brothers Studios under its umbrella. People are worried about it. Right now, they're saying that Netflix is saying have no fear, subscribers. The prices are not going to go up just yet. Well, they didn't say the price ain't going to go up just yet, but they're just saying that right now the changes are not going to be immediate. There's going to be a nice little slow walk. People said this is going to be a death knell for movie studios in Hollywood. Warner Brothers used to go through the traditional Hollywood model of films and things. You know, movies like Sinners and Oppenheimer and Barbie, right? These are all major titles under the Warner Brothers mark, right? A Star is Born, other films like that. Well, they're saying, you know, Netflix is saying that they're not going to not have movies in movie theaters, but they are going to change the window, though. They're saying that they're not going to have a long release window for films. Like, yes, there'll be movies out, but they're going to quickly go to streaming models because they're saying that's where the public is at now. The public is not going to movie theaters like they used to. That's what they're claiming. So they are going to try to change the model on that front. That should be interesting, you know? I mean, I am curious to see where that lands. But as of right now, you know, we're going to see. We're going to stay woke. It's going to be interesting to see, you know, to see what's happening. Yeah. Interesting times we're in. I mean, as somebody who supports unions, I'm going to stand by the union. SAG-AFTRA and others know that there's going to be a problem with this. Because even though Netflix is trying to, you know, play nice, let's be real. Something's coming. Something's coming. Something major is coming. There is going to be a change. A major change. I sense that there's going to be a major change in the way that we look at this in the future. I just have a sense that there's going to be a massive change in this. I just do. I feel it in my gut that there's going to be a change that's going to take place when it comes to this issue. I don't see a world where Netflix is going to, I mean, for example, Warner Brothers own HBO Max. So we're seeing a major conglomerate. Like there was speculation that Netflix might have even tried to buy, you know, other CNN or some shit. Like this is a monopoly. We're watching a monopoly right now that is very concerning for creatives. Like this isn't good. This isn't good. It's not. Other news. The Pentagon is test driving a new press corps that is pretty much made of all pro-Trumpers. And they are actually trying to bar traditional journalists for those individuals who's not signing onto its new rules. So if you notice this, there is a situation right now where even the press is not getting access. Like actual traditional journalists are not getting access if they don't abide by this. Influencers are getting, you know, a lot of free demands. You know, it's a lot happening. And I'm really getting a little pissed off, to be honest, with some of this stuff that we're watching. Because this is a problem that we're seeing. We're seeing, and this is not just happening on the federal national level. This is also happening on a local level. Governor Josh Shapiro, this past week had a holiday party for influencers. He pretty much opened up the governor's mansion to allow influencers from across the Commonwealth to come and hang out with him for a holiday party. We're seeing a trend where a lot of politicians are beginning to, big politicians, right? The governor has a whole content creator program to let these influencers come and cover, quote unquote, his administration. We're watching that journalists are slowly but surely getting pushed out. Only a small select few of journalists are getting access to politicians because they're starting to try to replace them with influencers. And the reason why is because these influencers got these social media platforms, right? I'm one of the few local journalists in this city that has a a huge social media platform, but also does credible journalism, right? Where my platform is giving people factual, actual information that is unbossed, unbothered. I have been doing this. I've built this platform for over 10 years. I was trying to tell journalists for such a long time that they needed to build. Listen. Let me gag myself real quick because I gotta say this because for years there were people that used to criticize me in the industry in journalism. Used to say, Ernest, journalists just report the news, write articles, and do that. Like we're not in the business of building a social media platform. Like that's not what we do. I told them, you gotta meet the people where they are. It was important. Like, look at Don Lemon, right? This is what we got to do, journalists. We have to no longer just think that is enough to write articles and make TV appearances. We have to build the platform out to distribute the news to the people. Because I, a long time ago, began to see what was happening on the Breakfast Club and these platforms. These idiots were getting these mics and they were spreading disinformation. And I was seeing how these people were competing against what journalists were doing. And I said for a long time, journalists got to be all of the things. We have to expand our horizon. We cannot continue to sneeze at social media. We cannot no longer say that dummies and dumbasses are the only ones on social media. That's not true. Everybody's on social media. Everybody's consuming information. I can't tell you how many of my educated friends with doctorate degrees will go online and see stupid people on Twitter say dumb things and send it to me. And I have to tell them, y'all, that's not true. That's not real. Stop sharing infographics. Stop sharing this shit from random pages. They want to argue and debate with people on the internet that don't have any credibility. And these are people with degrees, okay? So I need everybody. I need my journalists to pay attention to what's happening. And what's even worse is that politicians are now playing into the propaganda because now they're cherry picking influencers that are aligned with their agendas, that like them, that are their quote unquote friends, and are giving them access. They're giving them food and drink and invitations and VIP. They're compromising, right, the media pool. And they're inviting them to hang out and let them get access to them, giving them exclusive special seating at events in ways that they're not giving the free press. Because now everyone wants to skip over journalists. Everyone wants to deny us because we're not a part of the propaganda machine. This is a double-edged sword that's going to bite both Democrats and Republicans in the ass, but specifically Democrats. Democrats have leaned on truth. And now they're beginning to say, fuck the truth because they don't want the criticism. Because now they want people to push their agendas. You all will lose in the end playing this misinformation game. It will not help you. You cannot play the games of the far right and think it's going to benefit you. Because in a world where we deny journalists access, we deny truth, we also deny accountability. And we're going to lose in the end. The people, if you continue to feed them propaganda, the same way that you can give them propaganda and biased information to skew people's interest in something and spin them is the same way it will work. I've never heard of anyone who's ever lied and spun information for the greater good. Eventually, you think that you can lie to people to get them to do the right thing. You can only do that for so long before it will catch up to you. Democrats, this is not the games you want to play. I'm not saying that there's no space for content creators and influencers to be in the same spaces. But if you continue to if you start to prioritize them over journalists, you are prioritizing slant over truth. This is not a good look. And we're seeing what's happening in the White House. Trump is beginning to X out journalists for his own supporters. It's a bad precedent to set. Just want to put that there. Furthermore, the White House has now launched a quote-unquote media offenders section. When you go on the White House's section in media, they have now a media offenders list, like a media offenders shame, of a hall of shame page. They're bashing legitimate news outlets now. Do y'all see what they're doing? They're trying to vilify mainstream media. And I'm not going to hold you. Some of this is the fault of media outlets that have not diversified their agenda. They have not diversified the space for actual credible journalists to get a chance to be in these spaces. They have delegitimized a lot of things that we all know. It's a problem. It's not helping anyone. None of us win by this. None of us is going to win by this. I'm just being real with you all. It's not a good look. It's not. So we got to keep it 100 on that. A brother has left CBS Evening News. Maurice Du Bois, who is a longtime anchor who has been on CBS Evening News for years, black man, very respected journalist, he has left. We don't really know the reasons why. I guess he wants to transition, but a lot of people think it might be connected to Bari Weiss, or Barry Weiss, or whatever her name is. Bari Weiss, I believe her name is, who is the editor-in-chief of CBS News. They think this is part of that. Currently, the show has no host now because earlier in the show, the season, another host had previously left. Now there's no host on CBS Evening News. It's not looking good. And then lastly, I want to address this very briefly. Last week, a week before last week, there was a lot to be said regarding what was happening with the crime coverage at the Philadelphia Inquirer. I want to name this real quick. I want y'all to know about what has happened with that issue. We have seen a lot of people have questions and concerns about that. So what happened in a nutshell, for those who don't know, how do I put this? There was a story that came out accusing there was a white guy who owned some properties, and he's being indicted currently for fraud. And that was a big issue that was being talked about. And I covered this issue, but basically this guy was he's a failed real estate firm. He was the owner of ABC Capital. That's what it is, ABC Capital. He was actually he was fined. They said he was a former CEO that was behind an $82 million real estate investment scheme in Philly. The investors later described as a scam. He was fined, actually, not indicted, but fined for violating the terms of a 2024 Pennsylvania Attorney General settlement. So he was fined $350,000 by the Attorney General of Pennsylvania. That's what happened. I don't think it was an indictment, but people had accused him of that, and it was a big situation. It was a big controversy. He declared bankruptcy. He was actually one of Baltimore's most aggressive home buyers. So this was a real issue, right? Well, the cover of the face of the story, the image they used, the leading image on social media and other articles, it was a face of a black woman. Her name was Georgia Knox. They did not clarify that she was not the owner of the real estate firm. So people initially thought, based off of it, that you would have thought it was this black woman. Well, actually, Georgia Knox, who was in this photo that was taken by the Inquirer in 2022, she was actually a woman who lived in a Philly home that experienced challenging living conditions, and the rental property was linked to ABC Capital. But you would have not known that based on the Inquirer running that photo of her and not the actual white man who was responsible. And that to me is very disgusting. So I called this out after many people called it out, and they actually changed the photo. They took her out the image, and they actually updated the story with an editor's note saying that an earlier version of this story included a photograph of a woman who had been a victim, and she was identified as such in the caption. The photo was removed because on social media, the juxtaposition of the headline and the image made it appear as the victim was the perpetrator, and she was not. So they did change the image based on that. But I had already named that, and it took them over 12 hours to fix it. When I called it out, they addressed it within an hour. All I got to say is black journalists matter. And while the Inquirer continues to bash the Park administration, the Mayor Cherelle Parker's administration, on diversity, equity, inclusion, they don't even have a strong DEI plan to address it within their own newsroom. But I digress. Lastly, before I move on to local politics, I want to address this thing about Olivia Nuzzi. A lot of y'all have been talking to me about her. You know, she was this once prolific writer. She used to write for various media outlets. She used to be a big, huge Washington correspondent in D.C. And then she used to write for Washingtonian magazine, I believe. And then she moved on to Vanity Fair. You know, she had that big scandal last year where she was connected to sending very inappropriate, text messages to RFK Jr. He has claimed that they did not have a physical sexual relationship, but there was apparently a very inappropriate relationship they had. And she's now wrote a book that I hope flops called American Canto. She's a young journalist around like me. We're in our early 30s. We both were honored by the National Magazine Association. We were honored actually. What was that? Was it National Magazine? This was many years ago. We won it was like a 30 journalists under 30 award that we received. I'm going to look that up carefully. So ASME, that is the American Society of Magazine Editors. We received the prestigious ASME Next Award for journalists under 30. I received that honor with Olivia Nuzzi when she was at the Washingtonian magazine. We were honored that year as honorees. We both met each other, actually. This was in Brooklyn. They had the awards. And we both had won that prestigious honor. This was many years ago, actually. So, because I'm 34 now, so y'all know that was like about 7 years ago. That's like, I think it was like 2019, we both had received the honor. But I went down to Brooklyn, received the award. You know, she was one of the honorees with us. They honor several people that are considered emerging journalists in print, digital, and multimedia journalism who are under 30. And I was one of those people who were honored, and she was as well. A lot of people say those under 30 lists are like a curse because sometimes those people they say are going to be the future of the industry typically tank. Either it's the best of the business or the worst of the business. But I just want to say that I had received 30 under 30 honors from Forbes and from them, and I have been a success story. But I guess that's for the non-Black folk. But, she was someone who was a rising star until she got a little too high on that horse and did some things that were considered unethical. And so, her connection with RFK Jr. has led to her failing. Vanity Fair has already announced that she's not going to continue with the publication. So she seems to be out of a job for now. But this book she just wrote, which I did get a chance to read, is probably one of the worst books I've read in recent memory. I mean, it's not the absolute worst book, but it's probably the worst book I've read this year. I don't know if she's sorry for what she's done. I don't get a sense of remorse. I think she's like a lot of white women fall into this victimhood when they caught up in scandals. She kind of wants to feel like she's a victim and that, she got caught up in this weird way. She talks about how, Monica Lewinsky text messages her. She's got these interesting friends that like her. I just feel like this is a bunch of clout chasing. I don't feel bad for Olivia Nuzzi at all. Not only was she sending this man problematic, nasty text messages, this woman was engaged, okay? And granted, they're no longer engaged, right? She was engaged to an older man that was like old enough to be her fucking father. But that's another story for another day. But this is a white woman, a young white woman who ought to know better, knew what it meant to be, what journalism integrity looks like, and now wants to talk about, I made a mistake. This woman was sitting around helping RFK, giving him campaign advice. This was not just about racy, sexually, infused flirty text messages, which were already inappropriate. She was actually giving him advice privately on his campaign, like almost like a political operative, helping him with his campaign. This woman was helping this man on his campaign as an actual journalist. And not only was she doing that, but what's even more problematic is that this man has now become a member of the Trump administration. Do you have any sense of regrets that not only did you try to mess around with him, a married man, mind you, but you also, you actually was aiding this man politically. And now this man is ruining public health as we know it. And you are a part of that influence. So to everybody who's trying to encourage her and support her or act like she's some fucking victim, fuck out of here with that. That's the problem we have with journalism right now, is that it's so many white people that continue to do unethical things. Y'all don't have none of that smoke for Jason Blair, which he deserved accountability for what he did. But this is the shit. This is why people have a hard time trusting journalists. I'm over here trying to uphold the institution, okay? And this woman continues to make hundreds of thousands of fucking dollars and be awarded and get access to these politicians. And she's out here not respecting the shield. Fuck that book, and fuck people who want to continue to encourage that behavior. It's unethical. She needs to go ahead and write fantasy and go into a different industry, but she cannot call herself a journalist. And that book is a poor excuse of a book. It rants, it rambles. The writing is incoherent. She's incoherent. She has no sense of any level of self-responsibility and accountability. She wants us to believe that she's some victim that was caught up in this web. No, girl. You know, this woman has covered political scandals. You want to talk about victimhood? She has built a history off of writing very strong pieces that has condemned people that have been in positions of power. She got drunk off her own Kool-Aid, and now this is what she's done. So, good riddance. I don't feel bad for her. I don't. And this book is just another example of that. This woman got a really fat book deal to not only, and this is white privilege, right? You created the mess, and then you get the profit off the mess. And we're supposed to feel bad for that? Canceled. That's how I feel. Next. Because she had no guts, no glory for the politicians she covered. And now this same woman is asking for people to give her all of this grace and mercy. But my whole issue is, does she even feel bad for what she did? Do she even know what she did was wrong? And this is what I talk about when we talk about grace. Is this woman really asking for grace right now? I digress. So, this past week in local politics, I guess the new term we should all be saying is small and local. We're not using black and brown anymore. We're not using anything pertaining to underserved, underrepresented communities. The new term is small and local. This is the term that the city pushed. This report from the Inquirer basically revealed that there were court documents that in this whole shuffle around DEI with the lawyers and the park administration, that apparently the small and local label was not what they necessarily had to go for, that they could have used other terms other than diversity, equity, and inclusion, but that it appears that the park administration was extra stringent on trying to completely separate themselves from any type of perception around diversity, equity, inclusion, that they're the ones who really champion the term small and local above other phrases that could have also been permissible outside of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this is not a surprise to me, because you all know that listening to this show, I'd already told you all that I had heard from various individuals connected to the administration and outside the administration that this whole notion that they had to use this language was not the full truth. They could have used language like disadvantaged, right? That would have been a better, in my opinion, description of businesses that were owned by women and people of color when it comes to city contracts. That socially and economically disadvantaged businesses could have been a term they could have used. But instead, they are the ones who pushed the policy favoring small and local companies. And so the word small and local is not addressing anything. It doesn't really say anything about those who are socially or economically disadvantaged or underrepresented. Like, it doesn't say anything along those lines. Like, small and local just sounds very, meh, right? So, of course, the Park administration, once again, got caught up. Mayor Cherelle Parker's team, once again, got caught up in a very compromising position. We could be surprised or shocked at this point, but not really. I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked at all. In fact, I'm pretty much like, duh. And again, throughout this season, I had been telling you all that I had intel from credible sources that told me that this move did not have to be as much of a countercultural shock as it became. But they want to, I guess, take extra precaution, thinking that maybe this will help them not get under the ire of President Trump. But we'll have to see what happens with that, right? Right. But the big thing that happened this past week, and something that we've also been observing a lot on this podcast and just in general, is that the H.O.M.E initiative, this big $800 million plus plan that City Council had supported for the mayor, this is her big, huge blockbuster initiative, has now hit another major road bump in the process. There's a major change. It's messy. But listen, there are some major amendments that has forced a new bond ordinance. And it's going to now create more months between the money approved and the money spent. So to be clear, last city council session, this was in June, City Council approved the budget, right? They said that, look, the H.O.M.E initiative, even though they didn't really have a clear plan, right? But they agreed that, look, we're going to put money towards this. However, how the money was going to be used and used up, that has gotten really messy. Because apparently, according to what happened last week, the Committee of the Whole on Tuesday basically contained enough altered language to say it did not match up with the ordinance originally passed in June, that there was a lot changes. There's a new version that apparently matches the program descriptions with the budget proposal and includes some new details giving City Council the authority to create a area median income thresholds for the program. And so basically, this is the AMI. Remember I kept saying about this area median income? They're changing this based on who they feel like could be more appropriate to receive the housing. In a nutshell, what this means is that it passed 15 out of 0 out of committee. And this proposal as changed will prevent the city from issuing bonds for months. So remember, the goal was that they were going to have, this pass this month so that the funding can start rolling out early in 2026. Now, with these changes in place, we're not going to see this money hit until probably the springtime. And the Parker administration, in back and forth statements given between both the Parker administration and City Council under Council President Kenyatta Johnson, there's a lot of public disputing. But despite that, Kenyatta Johnson has referred to the mayor, as reported in the Philadelphia Tribune, as his sister. He says, all of us support the H.O.M.E plan, so we're just working out the logistics to make sure that it's executed in a very equitable way. That's what he said. He said, angry? Not at all. We're friends first and foremost, so we're just going through the legislative process. That's what he wants to say. He says that the disagreement, he said that, things were fine between them. And he's called the mayor his sister. And he says that, this is a disagreement up to the legislative process. He says that the council's amendments put in guardrails to guarantee spending for the major programs will go towards those with 60% AMI or less. So he's talking about that area median income threshold. And so right now there's a dispute about middle class, working class, poor, right? On my show On the Record with Ernest Owens on 96.1 FM, 900 AM, Progressive Black Talk Media Word Radio, I had Councilmember Jamie Gauthier on my show. If you have not listened to it, click on the link in the bio on Word, and you can check up all of my previous and current episodes on the record, and you can listen to the latest episode, which is the one that I had with Councilmember Jamie Gauthier. It is probably one of my favorite interviews I've done with a politician this year. It's a very good interview. I think, first of all, the questions I asked were very sharp, but she matched my energy. She was very thorough, very candid. She really just answered everything, and she did not resist. She was very open, and it was a really great, insightful interview. I learned some things. She was on her feet, so I didn't give her any questions in advance. I don't do that, by the way. Whenever I do interviews, no one gets questions in advance from me. I know some reporters and other people might get other people to interview. I don't do that. Whatever questions you get are the questions you get. And when you do an interview with me live, it's a live experience. So nothing is scripted, none of that. When I do my interview, all that I do with my guests is I tell them the parameters of the conversation. So I don't surprise them with a topic that they're not cannot have opportunity to be fully versed on. So, I was very clear to Gauthier that we were going to talk about the H.O.M.E initiative. We were going to talk about, her legislative history and anything pertaining to that. So that was the nature of the conversation. I always do that. I don't believe that you should do gotcha. There's no such thing as a gotcha. So if I tell you that we're going to have a conversation about the MOVE bombing, and then I bring up an issue in your life with a divorce or a passing of a family member, I think that's inappropriate. I don't believe in that. And there's some reporters that love to just pull out random ass topics on people. I don't think that's appropriate. I think as a journalist, the goal is never to do a gotcha or a caught you up. I don't play those games. I think journalists are supposed to act in good faith and be fair, and also operate from a space of actual integrity, right? So I always tell my guests what topics we're going to cover. I don't get into the specific questions or the details of the questions. I don't do that. But I let them know that, hey, we're going to talk about H.O.M.E initiative, and anything in that wheelhouse, you should just prepare yourself. And to be honest, I don't think it takes many people to prepare for an interview, to be honest. Like, what I mean is that when you know the truth and you're accurate, it shouldn't take you too much prep time. It doesn't take you shouldn't have to memorize facts. You should have to memorize the truth. You don't. If somebody asks me what happened, I don't have to do the whole, well, hold on, let me remember this. Let me remember. You shouldn't have to remember the truth if it's the truth. I believe in that. Like, if someone asks me, what happened on this date or whatever, if you want to get like specific little details, like what color the person wore or what time at the exact dot, now that's different. But the heart and the essence and the merit of the conversation, you shouldn't have to be recalling that or trying to figure out what you don't remember. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like that doesn't make sense to me. So whenever I tell you all stories on my show, on my podcast, and I give you memories, I can be very descriptive because it's the truth. Like, I don't have to make up shit. Like, I can be very much set you in the scene because all I'm doing is retelling exactly how I saw it and how I memorized it, right? Like, what I remember, right? Like, you don't need to have to, like, practice and rehearse facts. Does that make sense? Like, when I hear stories of, like, people having to remember talking points and be versed on this and versed on that, when you just real and you having a real conversation and you're in a candid conversation, let me be very clear. What makes On the Record, and even when I do my podcast exclusives, right? We don't do 15-minute little hit and miss segments. I don't believe in that. I think when you're having a discussion or a conversation, it should be at least 30 minutes or more, to be honest with you. I will not do any interviews with guests where I don't get at least 30 minutes or more, because I don't feel like you can have a real conversation on a particular serious issue unless you get enough time to really flesh out a topic at hand. So if you notice my journalistic style, I
I don't believe that you can have a real interview with a person on a particular issue. Now, if you're just going on to plug in or advertise an event or social, yeah, that could be like a little 5-minute hit or 10-minute hit. But if you're actually trying to have an exclusive interview with somebody, it's got to be 30 minutes or more. If you're going to do 30 minutes, you might as well keep it on 1 or 2 particular topics. If you try to like make it something about an entire person's career, baby, I ain't trying to do it. I can't tell you how many times I have turned down interviewing certain people when they told me I just got 10 minutes. Well, you don't got time for me. Not if you're trying to have a real issue. Like if you're suing someone, if you're, dealing with a lawsuit or something, I can't do a little 10-minute, 5-minute interview. That's not fair to listeners. That's not fair to me. That's just not a fair interview. Now, if you're on my show not my show, but if let's say there was a show where you were like, look, I got a new movie coming out and we got a 15-minute interview with Halle Berry to talk about a new movie coming out. Yeah, Holly, we could do 15 minutes to talk about the new movie. You could give us a little bit of opinions and takes. But if I'm having an interview with Halle Berry about her 30-year career in film and cinema, 15 minutes is not enough, dog. I can't do 15 minutes. I can't do 15 minutes. That's just not even, I'm not even going to do that. You know what I mean? So if you notice like really good interviews, like when Gayle King did the R. Kelly interview, did y'all notice that she had to do a part 1 and part 2? Because she knew she couldn't do that whole interview in one little 15-minute segment. She had to do a part 1 and part 2 to make sure that the audience got a full gist of what was going on. That's just journalism, y'all. Like that's just one-on-one. And so I teach my students this. And so what I love when I teach my journalism courses at CCP, at Community College of Philadelphia, of course, I give them examples like of interviews I've done, interviews that were what I thought were really good and interviews that I thought were really contentious. And I let my students analyze them and judge them and give me feedback on what they thought worked well with the source of the individual and lessons to be learned. And we also study other interviews outside of what I do so they can understand the art, right? Because there's an art to interviewing. And I always tell people some of the best interviews that I do, and you all have listened to them, is that one thing about an interview is that the goal is to listen. You cannot have a bunch of questions. Like, there are some questions that you're like, look, these are important questions that must be asked. But you have to allow yourself that the conversation can pivot or change in a way that if there is a different revelation that comes out, you might need to pivot the interview to really hammer on a new discovery. If you're doing an interview really well, you should be expecting for there to be a groundbreaking change or switch or eye-opening moment that can take the conversation in a different direction. Every good interview I've ever done in my career, there was always a moment where something was said that was like, hold on real quick. Bring that back. Let's talk about that a little bit more. And that will change what could be the focal point. Anyone who comes into an interview already having every single question that they want to ask on the floor, knowing what they're going to do, no follow-up, that's not a real interviewer. If you want that kind of shit, go on the Breakfast Club. If you want that kind of shit, go talk to a rookie. But any real journalist that's been in business knows that an interview, a real interview, is like any conversation. You're never going to predict what the outcome is going to be. And when I interviewed Jaime Gautier for this week's past episode of On the Record, what was fascinating about the interview was that I talked about the H.O.M.E initiative. And one of the interesting things that she said was that she put clarity on the fact that the big dispute with the H.O.M.E initiative is that everyone's having this argument right now, including the mayor's administration, that they keep arguing that they want to provide housing opportunities for the middle class, and that city employees could benefit from this. And they're acting, and the narrative has been that city council has been advocating for people who are living in poverty or working class people who are living paycheck to paycheck. They want to give this people the prioritization of these houses, right? The city claims that in contrast to what they're acting like, what they're saying is in contrast to city council, right? Where they're saying that we want to give priority to city employees and to the middle class, right? And there's been an argument about what is the middle class, right? How do you define the middle class, right? Some people would argue that the middle class is those who make $60,000 or more. That is the middle class. $60,000 in Philadelphia is considered middle class, right? And they say they want to prioritize the potential housing would benefit them, right? They say the Park administration says city employees. Many people have assumed that city employees are middle class, that they're making $60,000 or more. That is what that's what your perception is. They're perceiving it that even people like Curtis Jones, Councilmember Curtis Jones, who did support city council on this, but has oftentimes made this argument that the middle class and the city workers who work jobs deserve access to these homes, right? Because they're working every day. And they've been framing this as if city council is only giving this to people in poverty and people who are on government assistance and work. Well, Gautier named this very well and clear. 200,000 Philadelphians are making under $60,000. They're not middle class, they're working class. And that many city workers are actually living in the working class bracket that is not middle class. Okay? So this plan that this park administration, that city council is proposing, is actually helping working class, which is not middle class. These people are making under $60,000 a year. There are countless members of city employees, right, that are making less than $60,000 a year. And the Parker administration does not really want to acknowledge that many city workers that they claim to be advocating for would not actually benefit from this home initiative that they're claiming is for the middle class, because they're trying to conflate city employees as middle class. And many city employees, which includes our sanitation workers and others, as we all know, is not making that much money. So what city council proposal will do would actually benefit city workers, a lot of those city workers, and would actually benefit a lot of the working class Philadelphians. Let's be very clear. Working class and poverty are not the same. Poverty are people who literally cannot even keep a 40-hour job working full time. They're living in real dire straits. They have major housing insecurity. They're facing unemployment, right? Working class people are people who are not making a livable wage, but can survive, but barely, right? Those are people that are living paycheck to paycheck. They're in situations where they do not have adequate savings, that if they lose their job, they're instantly in poverty. There is a difference here. We don't talk about the class parameter, right? So you have the wealthy, right? The wealthy are millionaires and people that make over $250,000 a year. Those are rich people and wealthy people. Anybody who makes $250,000 a year or more, right? And then you have what I call the upper middle class. They're literally one promotion away from making over $250,000 a year. We're not going to talk about my money. But, I'm over there. Okay? That's why I don't get in these conversations when I'm talking about I'm broke, I'm this. I'm not going to front for people because I don't agree with that, right? But you got to understand, there's many factors. I don't have children. I don't really have any college debt. And I'm also gainfully employed and married to a man that's also gainfully employed as well. So, when we're talking about a household income structure, we're in that universe. Then you have what is called the middle class. The middle class, right? So let's break this down. Rich and wealthy are over $250,000 a year. That is rich people. Those are wealthy people. They got savings accounts, stocks, bonds. Upper middle class are people who are literally one promotion away, one book deal away, one major check away or situation to getting over there. Like they're in the 200,000 range, 175 range, get another job, add another big old check, and they're going to move over there. That's upper middle class, right? They're not wealthy, but they got some money. Okay, that's upper middle class. And then you have what I call the middle class. These are individuals who are making 150, 125, 100,000 per person. Maybe their household is over 100,000 a year, maybe a little bit more. And they are middle class. They are people who are comfortable. They can be in a position where, look, they got a savings account, they got some money saved. They can lose a job, and you know what? They can have some money saved for 6 months. They get in severance packages. They got health benefits. Somebody in the house can help out, right? That's middle class, okay? That's middle class, because we got to talk about it. Because some of y'all out here using these terms inappropriately, okay? That's middle class. Now, they're saying that in Philadelphia, not New York City. See, let's get these numbers correct. I'm talking about Philadelphia specifically, okay? Because if we was in LA or we was somebody else, somewhere else, that might change, okay? But we're talking about Philadelphia specifically, right? Because some of y'all was ready to go, I live in New York. I ain't got to cut it out. We're talking about Philadelphia. Now, in Philadelphia, if you have a household that makes over $60,000, in Philadelphia, you're considered middle class in Philadelphia, okay? So if your household makes around $100,000, you're doing okay. You are right. You middle class. There is some mobility for you in the household. That's why I said I'm talking about Philadelphia standards here, right? Now y'all can understand. See, y'all doing some math. Y'all trying to add up my shit. Y'all see what I'm talking about here. This is the Philadelphia standard, right? If you make under $60,000 in Philadelphia for a household in Philadelphia, you're considered working class. If you make under $30,000 in a household in Philadelphia, you're in poverty. Okay? So there is parameters. Let's do the parameters. Over $250,000 a year, you're rich. Between 175 to 250, you are upper middle class. From 60 to about 175, 150, you're considered middle class. From 60 to 30, you're considered working class. 30 and under, you're in poverty, baby. That is the standard, okay? There are 200,000 Philadelphians that are making less than $30,000 a year. 200,000 Philadelphians are making less than $30,000 a year. And we ain't gonna talk about how many Philadelphians are making less than $60,000 a year. So we gotta talk about this. We do. We gotta talk about this. I know I had to put that sound effect on so y'all can just be like in awe. Awe. Y'all heard that noise? That's a crowd right now in shock. You all are in shock right now hearing that. You should be, because I know my ass was. And so that is why DC 33, District Council 33, that union, was raising hell this summer. Because I think a lot of you all don't really understand how Philadelphia is still in the top 2 of poorest major cities in America. There are hundreds of thousands of people in Philadelphia right now that are working a 9-to-5 job and is not middle class. How do you work 40 hours or over 40 hours a week and cannot be middle class? How can you be in a household with people that got full-time jobs and you can't even get up to $60,000 a year in your house? There are thousands of city employees in Philadelphia that have bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, that are making less than $60,000 with salaries. Unacceptable. There's city employees with city benefits. So what this administration is trying to tell us is that they're focused on people that make over 60,000. Ain't that many people in this city fit that healthy margin? Ain't that many black people, including city workers? So what what city council is trying to do is change the conversation to prioritize people who are making under $60,000 a year in Philadelphia to get prioritization over these homes. Because it is a damn shame that people making less than $60,000 a year that are city workers and above and beyond and outside of city workers cannot have the ability to own a home in this day and age. That was the bombshell that became clear on this show. That the Parker administration has been making people assume that city council is not actively trying to support actual working class people, when in fact, the metrics of how we define working class in this city under our own, area median income, that AMI is not a statewide AMI. See, they're trying to use the Pennsylvania statewide AMI. That does not apply to Philadelphia because our circumstances are very different. So I commend city council on setting the parameters in a way that the Park administration has yet to really do. And I want to be very clear and transparent for the umpteenth time. I reached out to the Park administration. I reached out to the chief of staff. I told them this week, I said, would you all like to come on the record? I invited them on the show to be able to explain their position because right now I feel like they're getting mollywopped by city council and the press. I feel like the public sentiment towards this initiative has been quite telling and quite concerning. And I think that they are continuing to duck and dodge, and I don't think that's a good look for them. I mean, they've been soft pedaling to certain people, and, I'm concerned about that. I think that this is very, very telling, and I'm very concerned about it, right? But the Parker administration is pushing through. Mayor Cherelle Parker, I got this press because I do get their press communication, so I want to provide you all some context here. The mayor spoke in churches, 9 locations. Initially, it was supposed to be 10 from what I heard, but now it's 9 locations she spoke at on Sunday. She visited churches across Philadelphia to encourage the support for a $2 billion home plan, right? She went to West Oak Lane, to West Philadelphia, to Mantua, to Frankfort, to H.O.M.E, Feltonville, Torresdale, Winfield, and North Philadelphia. Here are the churches she went to. Some of y'all might even know the churches because she's been bragging about the home initiative, the first year budget. She's talking about $40 million will go to the BSRP, which is the Basic Systems Repair Program. $25 million will go to One Philly Mortgage, low interest mortgages and down payments of no more than 3% to help people buy their first homes. No private mortgage insurance required. She's got $43.5 million to turn the key. This is going to be affordable homes for people to buy, including city workers like sanitation, police, firefighters, social workers, teachers, and other qualifying home buyers. She also got $100.3 million to build and preserve rental housing and provide assistance to Philadelphians who rent their homes or apartments. She's also got $8.5 million to adaptive modifications. This is free accessibility modifications for people with permanent disabilities, allowing easier access and mobility for their homes. Now, these are the 9 churches she went to. She went to Mount Airy Church of God in Christ, which is in West Oak Lane. She went to Church of Christian Compassion in West Philadelphia. She went to Second Mount Airy Baptist, which is in Mantua. She went to Sharon Baptist Church, which is in Winfield Heights. She went to Baptist Worship Center, Northeast Baptist Church in Frankfort. She went to Tabernacle of Faith Spanish Assemblies of God, which is in Feltonville. She went to a City Reach Church in Torresdale, and she went to Ambassador Seat of Love Church, which is in North Philadelphia. So she went to several, and there were some clergy members who have spoken out in support of her housing plan. Pastor James Moore, who's of Second Mount Zion Baptist Church, has supported it. Bishop J. Lewis Felton of Mount Airy Church of God in Christ and president of the Philadelphia Black Clergy and Vicinity, he has supported the plan, right? So you got some black clergy that also supported. Pastor Jonathan Mason of Northeast Baptist Church, he also supported it as well. So there are people who are, the black clergy supporter, like they supported the arena. Well, that's what the Park administration is doing. They're pushing through. They're on the ground trying to, get people to buy in on this home initiative. Well, city council is playing, in many ways offense while the park administration is playing defense. We'll see how this will play out. But I always want to mention that the park administration is always invited to come on the show, even if they might be afraid of Virginia Woolf, aka myself. But they're always welcome to come on the show. All I want to tell you, I'm going to give y'all a heads up. Next week's episode of On the Record with Ernest Owens is going to be one for the books. I will not reveal who my special guest is going to be, but this is a long-awaited interview that a lot of you all are going to be shocked about. So, before you hear me recap about it or get a replay about it, set your alarm clocks for next Sunday, okay? Next Sunday, December 14th at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on 96.1 FM, 900 AM, Word Radio. Now, if you do not live in Philadelphia, which I know a lot of you are listening from all over the country, you can stream it on Word. We have a website that has streaming, wordradio.com. You can go on wordradio.com and you can live stream it. Or you can go on Word Radio on Facebook and you can actually see me on Facebook Live in the full flesh interview my guest. So if you ever want to see a live recording of it without the replay or the rerun, I encourage you to listen next Sunday, December 14th at 10 a.m. You don't want to miss that episode. That episode is only 1 hour long. It's going to be a good interview, and you're not going to want to miss it. So please set your but your alarm clocks. Set it up, baby. We got it. I'm just giving y'all a heads up. You are going to want to hear this live, if anything else. So we're going to move on. Now, this week's Ask Ernest. I want to talk about this real quick because this is something that I do want to talk about. And I got two things I want to talk about on this week's episode of that. I think it's so important that people really I got like two different Ask Ernests. I know y'all are very fortunate. You all loved last week's Ask Ernest. And I love taking questions from you all. I have two major ones I want to discuss because I want to get some things out of the way. I want to address some things. One about Senator Cory Booker and his marriage, because a lot of you all had some mixed reactions to my reactions to that. And I want to clock it and I want to check it and I want to get y'all together about it. And then I want to also address an interesting Ask Ernest this week that revolves around cuffing season, relationships, and things like that. And I think that would be light. But I want to address this elephant in the room around Cory Booker. Some of you all have felt that some of you are Cory Booker fans. Some of you. And there's been people on the internet, okay, that are, in the community. Some are black, some are queer, some are both, that have said that you all feel like these narratives and questions around Cory Booker's sexuality or the implying of that is very harmful. And you all have said that, that this perpetuates stereotypes around black masculinity and that you all find it concerning that people are speculating about sexuality. And this is why straight men, feel uncomfortable being around us queer people because we always think everyone is gay. And we also are, perpetuating stereotypes around, masculinity, that because Cory Booker is not an aggressive, hyper-masculine black man, he must be gay. And that this is problematic and those who are feeding this narrative should be ashamed of themselves. And you all want to know what I thought about that rhetoric. Okay, I'm going to be a little petty for 5 seconds. I'm going to get really mature. Let me get petty real quick. Fuck out of here. That's some bullshit. Okay, let me get back to my professional self. Because I'm sorry, y'all. That's cap. That's cap. Let me get into it real quick, okay? Because I know some of y'all listened to that was like, chow, for real. Let's be for real. Let me start by saying this. I don't have any questions around Cory Booker's masculinity. I've never actually felt like Cory Booker was effeminate in his personality or his mannerisms. I've never made a judgment call or anything of that nature regarding Cory Booker's actual presentation as a man. So I don't know who is saying that or what it is, maybe put a name on it, but I've never, ever thought that Cory Booker was not masculine. I find him to be masculine. If Cory Booker was to be an out gay man, I would assume he would be a top. or versatile top if we want to get funky with it. Okay, I wouldn't assume him to be a bottom or a versatile bottom. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. It doesn't matter. I'm just letting it be known. Okay, I would have never assumed this man to be effeminate or to judge any question of his sexuality based on his presentation as a man. So, anybody who is trying to gaslight or deflect the legitimate conversation being had, let's unpack it. I have not heard people question Cory Booker's sexuality based on his presentation as a man. I don't think that is the discussion. So anybody that's trying to go that route, I think that is really a deflection. I think the conversation around his sexuality, which I want to get to why I don't even think that's a problem, but we'll talk about that in a minute, is connected to his actual actions when it comes to his love life. I think that there has been a lot of patterns of behavior when it's come to how he has shown up in the romantic space. It kind of emulates that of Tyler Perry, if I'm being honest. We find these random, spontaneous relationships with women that often do not lead to any serious investment of time, energy, or discussion. See, let me be very clear. There's a difference between being secret and being private. I understand people keep their love lives private, but it's another thing to keep it secret. Cory Booker, when it comes to his love life, it's been either secretive or performative. Okay? And as a gay man, okay, who has been in that world, okay, who understands this, I know what it means to be secretive, and I know what it means to be performative. I have performed straightness before. I have been secretive about my intimacy with people, okay? And so when you're operating in a way that appears to be secretive and performative, that will spark speculation. And that doesn't have to do with sexuality all the time. Let me be very clear. There are circumstances where I felt Michael B. Jordan has been secretive and performative when it comes to his attraction of black women. That has been something that's been said over time, that it feels as though Michael B. Jordan, as a man who oftentimes tries to pander to black women and black audiences, and he's not the only one who's done this. I mean, we've seen this happen with Mario, right? Where you have these R&B singers who oftentimes pander to black women artists for support because they know that black women are the ones that are going to buy the movie tickets, going to support the music, buy the albums and records. We know, black women know when black men in music or Hollywood is pandering to them, where they are doing all the you're black, you're beautiful, you're this, but then when we look at your love life, it's either secretive or very performative, or it's like, well, you're not dating black women oftentimes. Michael B. Jordan has been accused at times of pandering in a certain type of way, where he's either dating women who are racially ambiguous or light-skinned. And then, interesting enough, when he does go public with a black woman, it's Lori Harvey, which is like very performative, because we all know that Lori Harvey has often been the source of attention, that if you are a man that's either in the closet or a man that's being accused of not dating black women, you call Lori Harvey. How you doing, Diddy? How you doing, Damson? How you do? You have y'all noticed that there are certain performative plots? If you oftentimes are a man who's rumored to be gay, oftentimes, what do men who oftentimes accuse of being gay, who do they often date? What type of people do they often date? Supermodels. Supermodels. They go for people that are considered conventionally attractive or sexy, quote unquote, women, right? Tyler Perry has been for many years speculated to be gay. Now he is facing a lawsuit where he's accused of sexual harassment by someone of the same sex. I mean, I wasn't shocked, but also I'm a journalist. And I'm also somebody who is not going to share all of the information that I might have from very credible sources. Hell, it might be people even in my own personal professional circle, like friends. Don't let me go there. That's all I'm going to say. But all I'm going to say is that y'all need to recognize that where there is smoke, there is oftentimes fire. And I think in many ways, the way at least Cory Booker has, when it comes to his intimacy and his love life, he is oftentimes presented as secretive and performative. And that is why people have gone to be a little questioning that. Now, some of you all will say, why does it matter what's going on? Well, here's the thing. You should ask that question to Cory Booker. Why does Cory Booker feel like he needs to treat his love life or his situation this way? Why does he feel like he needs to have these abrupt engagements, these fast relationships, and flaunt these very random dynamics? I mean, doth thy to protest too much? Why does he feel like he needs to have these very public announcements? His engagement in late September that came out of the blue, I mean, it was highly performative. I mean, he's on an island, he's posing 1,000 times with rings and hallelujah, and it was very performative. It was very like, why does this feel like a photo shoot? It felt random. The wedding announcement, same thing. Now he's telling us that he's adopting a puppy or something of that nature. Like, this is very performative. Cory Booker is acting like a student council member. I remember when I was in high school and, I was not out to my family. And a lot of you are like, we could tell. Oh, shut up. If you're going to sit up here and act like, let me be quiet. Y'all listen, okay? Okay, don't try it. You think that they was getting this right now? No, they were not getting this at all. But let me just say this. I have seen the public want to hold on to narratives that you all know don't make sense. And it makes me beg the question, what's wrong if people do assume Cory Booker's gay? Is being gay wrong? Is it a bad thing? I have friends that I know who are openly gay. I'll give you a good example. State Representative Andre Carroll is a gay black man. This man does not date women at all. He's not bisexual. He's not questioning. He is gay. But do you know that there are still people that believe he is straight? They do not believe he's gay. A lot of them don't even know he's gay. And it's to the point that he have to tell people. There are people that will come up to him and try to hook him up with one of their daughters or one of their nieces. And this man has to be like, no hetero. Okay? Here's the thing. We live in a society that still want to treat heterosexuality as the default. And here's the thing. He's not offended that people even think that he is straight. He's just like, listen, I'm gay, but ain't nothing wrong with straight people. It's just not me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't have these problems. But my husband, for example, Mr. Johnson, there are times where we go to different states and different places, and he will be on his own. He'll do his thing. We'll go to a party or something. Not in Philadelphia. I mean, in Philly, it's gotten a little, we're very much high profile at this point where people, they know now. But when we first dated in Philly, like I remember, and Dr. Parks know, we've seen it. A lot of y'all, some of my friends know, we will go to an event and he'll come early or I'll come later or something. And we may not link up at the event. We'll be socializing with our circles and he'll be working the room and doing his thing. And he'll go out and there will be women who will literally hit on him and not even know. And then the moment I come over, they're still kind of like, okay, what's going on? And then he'll be like, oh, this is my, at the time when we were married, they were like, oh, this is my boyfriend. And they'll be like, oh, and you can tell their whole face will just shift. and then they'll get really nice, and they won't ever get nasty or mean or rude, but you can just tell that they'll just change their whole demeanor. It's happened. It's happened. And he's never offended. Like, he's never like, oh my God, why they think I'm straight? Ew. He don't get like that. So I just wonder that if you are not homophobic and you are somebody that is comfortable with your sexuality, what is so wrong with people assuming that you're gay if you're straight? Because if queer people can be assumed to be straight and they just simply correct the record and say they're not, why is it a problem? Unless you have an aversion to people being queer. Like, I mean, embrace it. You know who's a good example of this and who I really enjoy? Two people, actually. But one who really does this well, Usher. Usher does not give a damn whether y'all think he's gay, bisexual, questioning. Usher don't give a fuck. Usher, I think he's like, I've never seen Usher feel like he's had to bash, trash, or offend the LGBTQ community. Listen, no, he does not get into it with y'all about that. He does not care. Usher has had gay rumors his entire career, but guess what? Usher has still continued to be the straight man that he wants us to know he is. And even if he may not be, he might be bi, whatever. Usher don't give a fuck. Usher is a sex symbol. And a sex symbol knows that they're going to be desired by everybody. And Usher I've never heard Usher bash queer people. I've never heard Usher feel the need to have to tell people he's straight every 5 seconds. Usher is so cool with it. And Usher might be. Who cares, right? Usher doesn't even fucking care because Usher is fucking Usher. I wish y'all would be more like that. I wish more people would just be like, well, the only person that should care is whoever I'm with, right? And when I have questions about Cory Booker's sexuality, it's not to shame him and say he's a bad guy. Because I'm gay. Why would I care? Why would I treat being gay a bad thing? That's almost like if I was shaming myself. Like, what? There's no self-hatred here. My mindset is, come on down if it's true. Like Tyler Perry, I'm sorry. I think Tyler Perry, he could potentially be bisexual. I'm not erasing the reality that he could be. You know, Andrew Gillum, right? Remember Andrew Gillum? Everybody was like, oh, don't say that. And I was like, when I saw Andrew Gillum, right, I had sources, baby. Let me tell you something. Because now we can say it. I have known before that scandal that Andrew Gillum was either bisexual or questioning, okay? I knew people who went to school with him back in FAMU that had told me that he had some bodies on campus that were not of the opposite sex. And I thought it was cute. I was like, well, shit. I think Florida should have, elect him. That'd be fine. We know this. There are many people that are in the community. And my whole thing is this. If we cannot have an honest conversation and create a space where the people that we admire and respect politically can also be queer and not treat it like it's going to be a cancer, we're never going to progress as a society. And so when I hear people saying to me, oh, y'all trying to ruin this man, so being gay will ruin him? You think that being gay is a death sentence? You think that being gay is an insult? That's the truth. You got idiots like DDG, that rapper, right? The one who dated, Holly Bailey, who was over around here talking about, those who slut shame women are gay. I'm sorry, why are we conflating misogyny with homosexuality? Like, why are we conflating that? Like, what are you talking about? Why do gay people gotta catch a stray? Why I gotta catch a stray? If somebody is slut shaming women, they're misogynist. They're not gay. What your vocabulary is limited. You can't just simply say misogynist. Is that a bad word? You just can't say they're fucking whack. You can't call them a jerk. Why they gotta be gay? Like, I don't know what y'all doing here, but why is it that every time y'all want to make everybody gay in a derogatory way? I just find that to be trash. Seriously, I find that to be trash. Why is every time y'all want to defend women's rights or question abusers, y'all got to go to the gay rumors? So I'm sick of y'all with that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm really sick of it. Like, I'm sick of y'all always throwing gay people under the bus for your shit. Keep our fucking names out of our mouth. If you want to keep our dicks out of y'all mouths, keep our fucking names out y'all mouth. I'm sick of it. For real. Because to me, it's like every single time, conversations that do not invoke gay people, y'all are real quick to do it. Every single time there is a conversation about something, it goes into like I hear women do it, and I need women to stop doing this. That every single time you all want to critique men who are misogynistic or sexist or spiteful or mean or cruel to you all, then you want to go, those men must not like women, that they're privately on the DL. Can y'all stop that? Men who hate women, who are sexually attracted to women, exist. You know how I know? Because white racist people who are haters of black people are the same ones who be dating and marrying black people. Some of them, not all of them. Let's be very clear about that. But if you look through our history, you'll find that some of the biggest, like conservatives, for example, you have a lot of conservatives that want to ban trans people. They want to ban LGBTQ rights. And then you'll find out that in their pursuit of creating these anti-LGBTQ policies, that they're the ones going on porn sites, looking up transgender sex videos. Like, how many times do we see this? Or do we see situations where you will hear people who will be in interracial relationships and marriages, but they will support racists and bigots in the White House? Like, y'all, stop trying to act like there is not a universe that exists, that there are heterosexual men who hate women's rights, hate their reproductive rights, but also want to fuck them and have sexual attraction to them. That is possible. So stop trying to act like that there are no such thing as heterosexual misogynists, that every misogynist and hater of women has to be gay. Stop putting that on us, because you're also implying that gay men that are not sexually attracted to women can be, you're acting like gay men, because they're not sexually attracted to women, must hate women and not support their rights. That is the most homophobic, bigoted shit I have ever heard. That doesn't make any sense. And so today, on this podcast, I do not want to hear any more rhetoric from anybody suggesting that men who are abusive to women are gay, that they have some secret DL fetishizing, right? There might be some of them who might, but that has nothing to do. Queerness and misogyny are not linked, okay? Stop acting like every man who's gay, who has a sexual attraction to the same gender, automatically hates women and want to hurt them. Stop fucking putting that on us. Some of the biggest proponents of women's rights are actually people from the LGBTQ community across the board, because we want to get to a space of gender equality. We want to get to a space of actual liberation, not only for sexuality's purposes, but for gender. Because what we know to be true, and I've always said this, that a man who is sexist is often going to be homophobic, because they don't believe in gender fluidity. They don't believe in the expression of gender beyond these hypermasculine tropes. So when I hear women date homophobes, I always tell them, baby, that homophobia that he has for queer people, he is going to bleed into misogyny. And I want to also add for the record that I don't think that every homophobic man is gay. No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that every man who's homophobic has some secret DL fantasy. I think that what's happening is that we live in a society that is being perpetuated by both women and men. There is a cishet patriarchy to which we see that cis men are forced oftentimes to express themselves in ways that are oftentimes violent, sexist, and homophobic as a means to define their masculinity and their manhood. That society forces that upon them, that is normalized in conversations. We are encouraging it. I was at an event recently, I'm not going to name the event, and I saw some young boys playing. And I saw a man who saw his son, and this boy had to be under 10 years old. He told his son, he encouraged his son, because he saw his son playing by himself with some toys, and he wasn't playing with other boys. He was encouraging his son to go talk to the little girls and like basically flirt with them. And the little boy was not interested. He said, go grab her, go pat her on the back, go give her a kiss. First of all, why are we teaching little boys to touch and to kiss on girls without their consent? The young boy felt bad. And I remember going to him. I don't know what his sexuality is. The boy probably doesn't know what sexuality is. And that's irrelevant, okay? Because that's not even the point, right? But I went up to that little boy and I said, you don't got to do that. Don't do that. And his dad wasn't around, but I saw him. He felt nervous. He felt uncomfortable. And I said, you don't got to do that. It's okay. I said, it's okay. I just looked at him and said, it's okay. We got to do that. We got to reinforce healthy examples of masculinity. Masculinity that respects women. Masculinity that respects various people regardless of their gender expression identity. We have to do that. That is the second part of this conversation for Ask Ernest. Cory Booker is what it is. But before I put a bow on that, before I get back on this, I want people to understand that conversations about Cory Booker are healthy conversations, because here's the thing. This man wants to be the president of the United States. And if he's going to be deceptive or misleading or performative or secretive about aspects of his personal life, I think that when you're a public figure, you're somebody who's trying to run for the presidency or have that interest, I do think it's up for debate, and I think it's up for discussion. I'm not saying sexuality is up for debate, but I do think that we as a society have a right to have a conversation about the ways in which he's expressing his masculinity, that he is expressing sexuality, that the ways in which he's displaying this is, I think, interesting, questionable, and weird. And I think that to expect that there is not going to be a population of people that is going to have some questions about the way in which he is doing that, I think that is intellectually dishonest. Now, back to this other conversation, I think ties us all together. I think we need to practice healthy ways of allowing people to perform their masculinity and to be themselves. And I see at a very young age how young boys, regardless of race, okay, is being taught how to express their masculinity in ways that are detrimental. That boy wanted to play with his blocks. He did not want to go bothering little girls, okay? And for that father to encourage him to go mess with a little girl and to go kiss her on the cheek and to go touch her or tap her and thought that that was cute because he wanted his little boy to be a little player is very disturbing. And we see young black boys be hypersexualized. We see them in ways where we don't allow them to just be themselves. Heaven forbids that a little boy under 10 years old just wants to play with toys by himself and mind his fucking business. That because he was around other boys, this father was around other men. He was around other men that were talking about how their sons have girlfriends and how their sons are doing X, Y, and Z things. And when they asked that father, well, is your son talking to girls or having somebody? And he felt a little uncomfortable about that because we know what was being implied in that setting. He felt the need to disrupt his son's playtime, to encourage his son to go touch a girl without consent. That shit is fucking disturbing. And so what happens in those settings, right? We as men, okay, when we see these things happening, we have to challenge those questions and those conversations. And not just the queer men like me, but you straight men. You hear these conversations. You hear them. Start pushing back. Okay? I see women do it, but it's not on women only to do it. We all need to do it because I've seen women perpetuate it with their sons. I see it because there is a shame to feel like mothers are going to be a failure if their sons are gay. We got to stop doing that. It's disgusting. It's disturbing. There is nothing wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with my husband. There's nothing wrong with my gay friends. We are law-abiding citizens. we're educated, we're respectful, we're dignified, we respect women, we respect people, we are humanitarians, we are donors, we support people, we support rights, we are feminists, we are accomplices and allies. We respect people from all walks of life. We are quite normal. We are quite dignified. We are quite healthy. We are the sons that you wish you fucking had. I'm sick of this. Thought daughter or gay son. Why is gay son considered to be an abomination or considered to be an insult? What you mean, thought daughter or queer son? I know what they're implying with thought daughter, right? A daughter that has no respect for herself and her sexuality, her body, and all those things, right? Okay, so you're talking about a hypersexually promiscuous child. Okay, I can see concerns with that. But gay son? Why is gay son considered to be an insult? Which gay son? Because you mean gay son is Ernest Owens? You mean the one who's the valedictorian class president, had an over 4.0 GPA, that went to an Ivy League school on a full ride? That gay son? You mean me or a thought daughter? I'm winning in every battle. Every battle. You wish you had a son like me. You wish I was your gay son. So when you hear this gay son or thought, I heard a parent one time, I ain't gonna name no names, but tried to imply she had sons. She had black sons. And she said something along the lines of that her son would be better off, that having a gay son was just as painful as the son that she had that was problematic. That now the other son that she had was a gangster, uneducated, criminal, all the things. And that she said that was problematic for her. And I thought to myself, that was weird. And I said to myself, that was a problem. When I heard this being said, this was somebody that I knew. I was like, wow, that this problematic son that she had that was doing all these things, this person's mother compared it to her queer son who was the complete opposite. And I thought to myself, when I heard this from my friend, I was taken aback. I was like, but you are blah, blah, blah. You've done this. And they were startled to hear that their mother said that. Now, time has passed and they are, they're good now. But I thought to myself, you have a son that is a great son that's highly accomplished, well-mannered, successful, all these things. And you're comparing this son, like you're saying that it's been heartbreaking or difficult, and you're comparing that to a son that you've had that is completely disrespectful, problematic, all the things. We got to fix that as a society. That's not a black people's issue. That is just a community. That is a society issue. And that was a mother who said that. And I think to myself that women, you are encouraging some women, not all clearly, behavior that is leading to some very problematic tropes. And we wonder why. Look at Chris Brown. Look at Diddy. Look at some of these men that has continued to get these second chances at the expense of those. You will be so quick to not forgive a queer child or give them a chance before a cishet child that is giving you headache. Y'all gotta have these conversations in the holidays. Y'all need to have them. Y'all got cousins. Y'all got nephews. Y'all got people. But we got to really, as a community, as a collective, begin to tackle some of these problems when it comes to masculinity. Because if we don't, we're going to continue to see these problems worsen. So that's my take on that. Now to movies. Golden Globe nominations, y'all, are going to come up on Monday. Come up this week. Some of y'all, by the time y'all listen to this podcast, the Golden Globe nominations will be coming. If you are someone who listens to the show early, I'm seeing some trends, okay? I'm seeing some trends right now. there's a lot going on at the box office. First of all, Zootopia is doing big. It is nearly close to $1 billion at the box office worldwide. It's already got $260 million in the first 2 weeks. I'm telling y'all, Zootopia 2 is killing it, right? But other things that needs to happen that some people are chatting about right now, Golden Globe nominations. I think that Sinners is doing really well with nominations. I think Sinners is one of the movies that are doing well. Now, I don't know how it's going to do in the wins, but One Battle After Another and Sinners are doing really well with critical acclaim. A big shocker that I think has been happening, I saw the Critic Choice nominations. Cynthia Erivo was snubbed for Best Actress at the Critics' Choice Awards. That's a big deal because the critics oftentimes are a good indicator, right? Those are the saving graces. But we might have an Academy Award for Best Lead Actress that might not have any black women nominated. Michael B. Jordan, I think, is going to finally get his first Oscar nomination very soon. But Michael B. Jordan getting a Golden Globe nomination for Best Actor in a drama is looking very like a sure thing. Michael B. Jordan might do his big one, y'all. This might be his big moment to finally get this long-awaited Oscar nomination. The Golden Globes is a very strong precursor of the Oscars. Not all the way, but a very strong chance. So I'm expecting Sinners to do really well with nominations. I'm expecting some love for Michael B. Jordan in that category. One Battle After Another. Tiana Taylor, y'all, watch out. Here she comes. It's looking like Tiana Taylor is also going to get an Oscar nomination. Can you believe that? Tiana Taylor, Best Supporting Actress Oscar nominee, is looking like across all the fields, Tiana Taylor might be that girl. Now, the battle is going to be between her, no pun intended, one battle after another, get it? Between her and Ariana Grande. Ariana Grande might actually get another Oscar nomination. Ariana Grande might be a 2-time Academy Award nominated actress. Are we ready for that? Are we ready for 2-time Academy Award nominated actress Ariana Grande? For the same character. For the same character, y'all. I don't know. But it's looking like that might be the case for her, right? Other categories to watch. Sentimental Value. I need y'all to watch Sentimental Value. It is a very indie film, but Elle Fanning in that film is potentially going to get her first Oscar nomination. I know a lot of y'all like Elle Fanning. A lot of people who don't know who Elle Fanning is, she comes from a very famous family. You all might want to know who is her sibling. Dakota Fanning is her sister. Remember Dakota Fanning? Yes. Now, for those who don't know who Elle Fanning is, she was in The Great. She was in The Complete Unknown. She was in the Maleficent films. If y'all watch Predator Badlands, she was in that as well. But she's a great actress. Her sister's Dakota Fanning. Now, Elle Fanning is 27. Her sister Dakota Fanning is her older sister. She's 31. Now, y'all remember Dakota Fanning. She was in I Am Sam. She was in The Equalizer 3. She was in War of Worlds with Tom Cruise. She was in Man on Fire with Denzel Washington. Like, Dakota Fanning used to be that girl back in the day when she was a child actress. She's gotten Golden Globe nominations. She's gotten a Screen Actors Guild nomination. She's a very talented actress. She used to be very popular when she was younger. Nowadays, she's doing all right. She's in this show called All Her Fault. She's in The Perfect Couple. She does some TV shows nowadays. Her movies, not as much. She was in The Watchers. But I remember when she was in Uptown Girls with Brittany Murphy, Like, I remember when she was doing her big one back in the day. She was in Equalizer 3 that came out a couple years ago. But I remember her when she was younger. She was in Coraline. She was in The Cat in the Hat with Seth Meyers. I mean, was it? No, it was Michael Myers. Was it Michael Myers? Am I getting this right? Mike Myers. Mike Myers. Yeah, she was in that with Mike Myers. That was with Spencer Breslin. And remember Spencer Breslin? That is Abigail Breslin's brother. Okay, and y'all remember Abigail Breslin, Oscar nominated. She was Little Miss Sunshine. Remember her? Yes. She's 29 years old now. Her brother, Spencer Breslin, is 33. So Hollywood is very ancestral. It's very ancestral. And I remember Abigail Breslin. She was Little Miss Sunshine. She lost, okay? She lost to Jennifer Hudson for Dreamgirls. I know, right? That was like nearly 20 years ago, y'all. Just saying. So I think she's gonna get nominated potentially. She might, for Best Supporting Actress. We'll see. Hamlet. Okay, I know y'all been hearing about Hamlet. I've been telling y'all about that movie. I think that y'all should pay attention to those nominations. I think it's gonna get a Best Picture nomination, Best Director nomination for Chloe Zhao, who's the director. I also think that one of y'all favorite actors, Paul Mescal, who cannot stop getting Oscar nominations. Paul Mescal, I think, has the potential of potentially getting nominated for this movie. He was in Gladiator 2. He was in the coming of age drama After Sun, which he won an Oscar nomination for. Paul Mescal might get nominated for Best Supporting Actor for this movie Hamlet. I really do think he is the guy. Now, I don't think he's a front runner. I think a lot of people are saying one battle after another that Sean Penn could potentially be the one. But also, we're not going to sleep on Benzino del Toro, who's already won an Oscar for his role in Traffic that came out nearly 25 years ago. But he might turn around and get it too. So there's a lot of potential here. But I think Golden Globe nominations are going to be locked in for him. Chase Infinity, this is like one of her big roles. She's this young actress that's out here doing her big one. I really encourage you all to get into her and her performance. I think she's also pretty stunning. So we'll see. We'll see how this play out. But I'm keeping my eyes on the Golden Globes, okay? Stay tuned on that. The nominations are going to come out Friday morning. Not Friday morning, Monday morning, I believe. And Chase Infinity is a rising star. She's 25 years old. She was born in 2000. And her co-star is playing her father, Leonardo DiCaprio. Maybe this is Leonardo. Look, she's at 25. She's old enough for Leo, And let me stop making that joke. But seriously, though, Leonardo DiCaprio is 51 years old. He just turned 51. His birthday is November 11th. He's a Scorpio. He's, she's 25. The rule for him is under 26. So, we'll see. But I think Leo's gonna get nominated for Best Actor, Best Lead Actor. I can see that for him as well. So we're gonna watch these Golden Globe nominations, but one battle after another, and Sinners, watch out for that. I'm curious if there's gonna be a major shakeup for Best Supporting Actress for Sinners. I've heard a lot about the performances, but the actress to watch is Wunmi Mosaku. She plays Annie. That is the love interest of Michael B. Jordan's character. I believe Stack. I believe Snack. It's a snack, not Snack. Well, he was a snack in that film. Stack. I believe that when Annie's character, I think she is the one that everyone thinks might get the Best Supporting Actress nomination. I want that for her so bad. A lot of people thought Haley Steinfeld, the white woman who plays Mary, even though, they thought she might play the character, she might get it. There's also Miles Cadden, who I like a lot in Sinners, and I think he's the unsung hero. Now, I ain't gonna hold you, okay? Because Delroy Lindo, he could also get a Best Supporting Actor nomination, but a lot of people feel like he's gonna be out the running for it. So the one person outside of Michael B. Jordan who I think definitely deserves a Best Lead Actor nomination is I think Michael B. Jordan. I think next to him is his co-star, Wumi Moskaku. I think I'm butchering her name, but I think that she potentially, might have that chance. So we'll see. We'll see. But those are my Golden Globe predictions. And stay tuned. Now to music. There's a lot going on. I definitely revealed, I don't have a Spotify playlist because y'all know I don't fuck with Spotify. So y'all know I don't have a Spotify playlist. But I do have a
I do have a YouTube um possibility. I have a YouTube um thing. You know what I'm saying? And what I mean by that is how do I put it? How do I put this in perspective? Um I do have you know, hmm uh, how do I put this in perspective? I do have some interesting playlists, you know. And I find this to be very interesting. Um because mm, it's very telling. Very, very telling. Um and I'm you know, some very interesting things are going on. So let me look at my list because I want to play my playlist out real quick. Um and this is big. So hmm, let me look. I'm gonna pull this list out. Okay. So don't judge me. Judge your cat. But my YouTube music revealed my most listened to songs and albums and artists. So coming in at number 5, my top artist of this year was Coldplay at number 5. Number 4 was Lady Gaga. Number 3 was Madonna. Number 2 was Sarah McLachlan. And number 1 was Taylor Swift. My top songs that was on constant replay was my top singles of the year that I listened to the most this year was number 5 was Disease by Lady Gaga. Number 4 was All Right by Victoria Monet. Number 3 was Hung Up by Madonna. Number 2 was Von Dutch by Charlie XCX. And number 1 was The Fate of Ophelia by Taylor Swift. Albums. Number 5 was Better Broken by Sarah McLachlan. Number 4 was Brat by Charlie XCX. Number 3 was Mayhem by Lady Gaga, which I think should win Album of the Year, by the way, at the Grammys. Number 2 was A Rush of Blood to the Head by Coldplay. And number 1 was The Life of a Showgirl by Taylor Swift. I just like to operate in a space of full transparency. And, 2026 is going to be a new year, a new opportunity to break certain addictions, habits. I was doing research. I was doing research. It was research purposes. This is Rihanna's fault. If Rihanna would have dropped the new album, we wouldn't have this conversation. Beyonce, hurry up and drop the rock album. I just wanted to listen to pop music. It was research purposes. Okay, we're gonna move on. So, there was Beyonce versus Brandy rumors. You know what? Let me just say this. Jamarcus and I was kikiing about this because he's a big Beyonce fan. I like Beyonce, and I enjoy Brandy too, right? Um, but there's this talk about why Brandy and Beyonce didn't take a picture together. Why this? Why that? Let me just say this. Let me make it plain for y'all. Beyonce ain't gotta take a picture with Nan Ho, and neither is Brandy. And I don't know what the issue is between Brandy and Beyonce. There may not even be a problem. But quite frankly, they're adults. I appreciate that they're not acting like Cardi and Nicki, throwing shoes and throwing spats online. Let them women mind their business and be at peace. Everybody don't gotta like everybody, okay? Like, stop it. Beyonce's not entitled to take a picture with Brandy, and Brandy gotta take a picture with Beyonce if she doesn't want to. Okay? Y'all gotta stop this. Whatever, if there may not even be an issue between them, but if there is, okay, adults have issues.
All right? All right. That's it on that. Like, I don't know why y'all want to force it. Let me tell y'all right the fuck now. Y'all ain't forcing me to be in a picture with Nan Ho I don't want to be in a picture with. Okay? Y'all can't make me like y'all faves. Y'all used to try that shit. Oh, well, why won't you talk to so-and-so, so-and-so? Because I don't want to. Because I don't like them. Because I don't want to do that. Fuck that show. And fuck them. Fuck the Breakfast Club. Okay? Yeah, I said it. Fuck the Breakfast Club. All right? Fuck Charlamagne the God. Okay? That's how I really feel. Don't get me started on y'all faves. Okay? Like, I believe in coming to a table and reconciling people. There was a time I used to say, fuck Mark Lamont Hill. We're in a good place now. It's none of that. We okay. But fuck the Joe Biden podcast. Fuck that show. Okay? Fuck Joe Biden. Like, not Joe Biden. Joe Budden. Joe Budden. Fuck the Joe Budden. I can't even say this man's name right. Fuck Joe Budden and fuck the Joe Budden podcast. Okay? I can say that. All right? And it's equal opportunity. Seth, what was it, Joe Rogan? Fuck Joe Rogan's podcast. Yeah, I said it. Okay? It's equal opportunity. And fuck Native Land. Not everybody on Native Land. But some of the people on that show. I don't really like that podcast. Now, I do like some of the co-hosts, but not all of the co-hosts. I'm going to keep it like that. But sometimes you just can just stand on your business. You can like it. I'm not telling you what to like and what not to like. But that's the thing. You can like Brandy. You can like Beyonce. I like Brandy's music. I like Beyonce's music. They may not like each other. Oh, the fuck well. Like, that's life, y'all. We grown-ups. I don't know why people feel like they got to make everybody like each other. Some people might disagree. But as long as they're not putting their hands on each other, as long as they're being civil, that's cool for me. I don't care much for Malcolm Kenyatta. Y'all know that. State Representative Malcolm Kenyatta does not do it for me. But you know what? I can be in the space and ain't no hands gonna get thrown. Let's allow people to coexist in the space. Okay? We don't have to have everybody. Because y'all got people y'all don't fucking like. And I'm not trying to make y'all sit down and be besties. So just respect people's decisions. Okay? Respect it. Respect it. That's all I gotta say on that. People ask me, what you think about Beyonce? What do you think? And I don't think nothing about it. Y'all want Beyonce to be Mother Teresa so fucking bad. Beyonce is a human. I know that she's done some ungodly things, where she's done things that a human mere mortal can't do. But she's also a person, and she's got her boundaries. And she don't got to talk to everybody. The end. I'm just tired of it. I'm mad for her. I know what that feels like. People every 5 seconds looking at what you do. Looking at what you do and shit. I'm sick of it. So, moving on. Speaking of bullshit, there's been some reports talking about Chris Brown has surpassed Michael Jackson in album sales. That is bullshit. And whatever logic they're making to make that true, let me just end this real quick and dead this. Chris Brown has not sold more records than Michael Jackson. Chris Brown might have some high streaming numbers where they can inflate, but Chris Brown has not sold more than anything than Michael Jackson, okay? He has not sold any damn thing more than Michael Jackson. I mean, he might have streamed more than Michael Jackson, maybe, but he's never sold more than Michael Jackson. I do not know anybody on this planet. First of all, let me back up real quick. Let me end this real quick. What diamond albums does Chris Brown has? And when I mean diamond as in which one of Chris Brown's albums has sold over 10 million units? I'm waiting. Has Chris Brown ever sold an album more than 10 million records sold for an album? Okay. We're quiet on that, right? So Michael Jackson has not one, not two, but three RIAA Diamond certified albums in the US, sold over 10. He has 3 albums that have sold over 10 million. Thriller has sold over 34 million copies. Bad has sold over 11 million copies. And Off the Wall recently has sold over 10 million. That is, let me do the math, y'all, over 50 million albums sold off of 3. That does not include the other ones that are close to diamond status. Okay? Michael Jackson has 3 diamond. Chris Brown don't even have 1. 1. Okay? We got to talk about numbers and facts and stats right now, okay? So, let's tell y'all, what is Chris Brown's highest selling album? Okay? It is exclusive. It is certified 4 times platinum, which ties with his debut album, Chris Brown, self-titled, okay? His most certified album is that 2007 release exclusive. After that, the albums don't sell as high as that. His self-titled and his other album exclusive, both of them have sold 4 million or more, 4 million copies, okay? That's it. That's it. He's had 2 albums. So if you combine those two albums, okay, they would still be less than a diamond record combined. So I don't know what stats and figures that person pulled, but we're not going to sit up here and push that propaganda. All right? All right. All right. All right. All right. And his highest selling week of all time was 294,000 copies. That's his highest selling first week. His first album they debut at number 1 was F.A.M.E. That was the Fame album. Just saying. Just saying. Okay? Just we're just going to end that conversation. I don't ever want you to bring this conversation up again. That man hasn't even sold more than Usher. Sit down. And Usher also has a diamond album. Okay? Y'all know Confessions, right? Y'all remember Confessions? Okay. We're not going to have this conversation again. If I ever hear a Chris Brown, Michael Jackson conversation, I'm going to tell you, let's cut this short. Let's end this conversation. Next topic. Okay. AI, okay, is getting a punch. iHeartRadio has officially announced that they're banning AI artists on the airwaves. So any AI artists that are on the airwaves, they're being banned. I support this. They're no longer going to run AI artists on any of their radio. There will be no radio play for any AI artist. Way to go, iHeart. That's what it means to put your foot down. Because we're at a war right now. And if the internet wants to play AI games, that's fine. But radio, shout out to iHeart, the biggest radio station conglomerate in the network, that is saying they're not going to run any AI artists. Because AI artists don't sell concert tickets, at least right now. They can't do contests. Why are you competing against humans that you need to come on your shows, do your interviews? Can an AI artist do an interview about their music on your show? If they can't do that, why are you encouraging it? So shout out to iHeart for not running any AI artists on their radio stations. I like that. And then lastly, shout out to Sabrina Carpenter for calling out the Trump administration. There just includes several other artists like Beyonce, Olivia Rodrigo, that has either done call-outs, cease and desist on their records, and other artists have done the same. There's one notable artist that has not done that, even though their music has been used by the Trump administration, and that is Taylor Swift. Shame. We're just going to move on. Now to TV. Bel-Air is back. Oh, Bel-Air. Bel-Air is back. I love that for us. The final season of Bel-Air is back on Peacock. I've been watching it. It's good. It's good. I'm going to really miss it. You know, the father that plays Uncle Phil, he's an alpha in real life. And there's been a lot of alpha symbolism and mentions throughout this season, and even the last season. But a lot of people, I think, for the longest did not know this. Here's a fun fact. He was not an alpha in the first time in which there was that scene with the steppers. Even though the people did step and do the alpha step and everything, those were actual alphas. But he was not. His character was an alpha, but he was not. Now he's officially an alpha. He crossed this summer, and he is now officially an alpha, and he is representing the frat really well in this final season of Bel-Air. So I love that. This season has been really good. His name is Adrian Holmes. For those who don't know, his name is Adrian Holmes. His character, of course, is Philip Banks. He is my fraternity brother. He is 51 years old. He looks pretty good. And he's a very good actor. He's Canadian. He was born in the United Kingdom in Wexham, so he's British. But he is a very renowned actor. He plays on a lot of crime dramas and shows, and he's considered a Canadian actor now. But he is talented. He's on the show 19-2 that he was famous for. He's currently on Bel-Air. He also was on other shows in Canada that were hit shows. So yeah, it's interesting, character. He's Barbadian. And he moved to Vancouver, Canada when he was 5. But he was born in Wales. But he moved to Canada when he was 5 years old. And he's Barbadian. So his family is they're from Barbados. So yeah, he's a credited actor. He won an NAACP Image Award for Best Supporting Actor for his role in Bel-Air. So very talented guy. We love to see it. So yeah. But let me talk about what y'all really want to hear about, right? Let's talk about this stupid ass 50 Cent produced Diddy documentary. I watched it. I got so many different thoughts about it, and I'm going to be a little scattered in my review of this. I'm Diddy fatigued, quite honestly. Let me just start off with this. I want this to really be the last Diddy documentary. I think I'm Diddy fatigued. There's been so many takes on this man, and I'm just over it. I just feel like at this point, people are just trying to profit off of this. And I'm not saying that Diddy's a good guy. Like, I'm not defending Diddy at all. I just want to get into the real tea about what's wrong with this documentary. And it's not even so much about the content. We'll get into the content in a minute because there's some actual factual errors here with that documentary. But I just want to just start off by saying that overall, this is the shit that pisses me off. I have not seen enough Epstein documentaries. And I feel like there is so many real problematic political figures and people that we don't, and I'm not saying because Diddy's a black man, I'm not getting into that. But that's not the issue. Like, Diddy deserves accountability, but I feel like we're now kicking dead horse. There has been numerous Diddy documentaries that has talked about this trial. I don't feel like this documentary does anything new to actually address Diddy in the way that people think it is. I actually have so many disgusting concerns, but I want to just start off on the faction of this. Like, after this Diddy documentary, we can move on. Diddy's a monster. We already knew that. We knew that before the documentaries. I don't think we need any more sensational, salacious facts about Diddy. What is the goal? Because what I will say about Surviving R. Kelly, because a lot of you motherfuckers want to keep on comparing things to Surviving R. Kelly. Nothing would ever touch that. And by the way, there was a Surviving Epstein documentary, by the way, that did not get enough play, that Lifetime did do, for all of you all who want to create the whole attacking the black man narrative, okay? Just want to put that out there. But now that we have new information on Epstein, I think that would be interesting to do a brand new documentary that explores it and explores the relationship with Trump for those who are looking for more relevant, more necessary documentaries. I find it interesting that everybody wants to keep on evoking Epstein's name, but nobody actually wants to do the damn documentary and fund it. So to those people who are so obsessed with Diddy and obsessed with this, I would rather focus the energy now on people who are individuals who are connected to a man that is doing the crime. I find it interesting and frustrating, infuriating that we can connect Diddy to Epstein, but we can't fucking connect these politicians and people to Epstein that actually are currently in office that are not in jail. Like, y'all got to get over your obsession with celebrities real quick, right? Like, it's crazy to me that there's so much obsession with Jay-Z. Like, always a Jay-Z. Jay-Z's not an elected official. Yes, he's a powerful hip-hop mogul, but I find it anti-black that there's so much talk about Jay-Z. Jay-Z is not a politician. Jay-Z is not an elected official. Jay-Z is not got the damn government budget and state and national and foreign affairs in the back of his hand. That will be Donald Trump. That will be other people that are holding investments. I mean, big multi-billionaires, right? We ain't talking about Bill Gates though, right? Like, it's funny how anti-black some of y'all are. Y'all are chickens. Y'all are cowards. Y'all are bok turkeys. Bok chickens too. Y'all are fucking sheep. Because to me, if you really want to talk about corruption, if you really want to go after power, why did you always want to pick the little loose hanging fruit? You want to go for the rich rappers. Okay. Easy. And yet the people that are currently in these big ass scandals, billions upon billions of dollars, oh, you don't want to talk about them. You don't want to interview them. You don't do documentaries about them. When are we going to really get into Elon Musk? Right? This man is close to being a trillionaire. Why are we not talking about Jeff Bezos? Right? I just feel like that that there is a false how do I say this? There is a very disingenuous narrative and mindset around the people that want to talk about this Diddy situation. You do not give a fuck about victims. Stop weaponizing victims to justify your obsession with seeing black celebrities be ridiculed. It's okay. There's a fetish for it. I get it. Like, I get the fetish that you are haters, right? You love to see celebrities, right, get lampooned. And I'm all for criminal celebrities, right? But your infatuation, even with those who don't have any evidence, right? There has been no substantial evidence that links Jay-Z to any of this shit. But the infatuation with seeing successful black celebrities be ridiculed, right? Like, how many times have people tried to invoke Beyonce's name in some shit that has nothing to do with Beyonce? Like, you all have gone to depths of trying to invoke successful black celebrities. Like, oh, Rihanna, there must be Illuminati. Like, you have gotten to the point where you believe in goat sacrifices and blood sucking. Like, at that point, what that tells me is that you all are not interested in victims and justice and anything else. You are a hater. You just hate anybody who's black and successful. You have internalized anti-blackness. And you're willing to see them fail because it makes you feel superior. Period. Any black celebrity, you're willing to believe something about them negative because deep down inside, you have some level of jealousy there about their success. You feel like, you should have it. I noticed that any black celebrity that is successful, you all as a masses, I'm not talking about individuals, are immediately obsessed with trying to find any type of flaw to double down on. From Oprah to everybody. Like, everybody has this issue. And let me be very clear. There are lots of white celebrities that are fucking up, all right? And y'all don't even go ham on them, right? Sydney Sweeney, y'all are crickets. Tom Cruise, listen, now I personally enjoy Tom Cruise in China, but y'all don't even go ham on Tom Cruise in Scientology. Y'all don't even touch any of the bullshit going on with some of these people. Right? Quentin Tarantino is problematic as fuck. And I don't hear none of y'all saying nothing. Every time a Quentin Tarantino film comes out, oh, y'all run to go see it. Where is the conversation about Woody Allen? Y'all barely talk about Woody Allen's nasty ass. Like, I just find it interesting how very selective. And here's the thing. When black celebrities do wrong things, I do believe in law and order. But this is what I'm talking about here. There are black folks that are completely not doing anything wrong, okay? And y'all are just consistently creating conspiracy theories. Jay-Z has not had any serious issues with anything criminal, right? There's been rumors and whispers, but there has been really nothing that has made me go, okay, Jay-Z is just this mass criminal, right? Nothing, right? Beyonce, not a damn thing. Oprah, nothing. right? But y'all will continue to find 1,000 little strains to create scenarios in your head. Y'all just jealous, and it's sad, right? But then what I find interesting, that the folks that do the criminal shit, like Chris Brown, right, like Tory Lanez, oh, y'all want to come out and defend them at all costs. Okay. Interesting. Interesting who y'all choose to go up for and who y'all don't. But I just want y'all to know I see it. And quite frankly, I'm over it. And quite frankly, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. It's so played out. There are real people out here doing shit that is worthy of discussion. And I find that you all are so fast to really go after specific people, right? That there's no indictments. There's no criminal charges. There's none of that going on. And yet you all will sit up all day and go, I'm waiting for this. And that brings me to my issue with this documentary. A lot of what was said in the documentary has been already discussed in some way, shape, or form. I didn't really learn anything new that I have not already heard in the streets. Biggie, Tupac, we heard that already. So have you all. You all heard this shit already. None of us are shocked by any of this shit that we're hearing. There's also made up narratives, right? Like, let's be very clear about Diddy's father, right? The man was not a drug lord, a kingpin, or none of that shit. There was a journalist that wrote for Vibe magazine that talked about how, well, woman actually, it was a woman, I believe. She was a reporter that wrote about Diddy's father that came out an issue that was like 10 years ago, like around 2012 or 2015. And she wrote about Diddy's father, because there had always been these rumors that he was this drug pen and this kingpin, and he went to jail, he killed people, and Diddy didn't know this. But actually, in talking about he was connected to Frank Lucas, well, this person, this reporter, this journalist, this black journalist, actually interviewed Frank Lucas, and Frank Lucas was like, Diddy's dad, who is now deceased, he wasn't that kind of dude. Like, he wasn't at all a kingpin. Like, he laughed. He never worked for Frank Lucas. He might have sold a little bit of drugs or some things, but he was not this mass murderer, this mad goon. He was none of that. And Frank Lucas had said that before his death. So these narratives that they're saying about Diddy's dad is just a bunch of hogwash, you know? And even this narrative that he did not pay for Biggie's funeral, right? That's also not true. Biggie's funeral, the family said Diddy paid for it. This whole narrative that he didn't pay for it, the Biggie estate has already came out and said, no, actually, he did pay for it. So yes, Diddy was a piece of shit, but that's just also not true, right? There's just a lot of hearsay, gossip, first-hand accounts. And I do believe there is some truth to some of this stuff, but a lot of this is very speculative. And let's be very clear. All these people come on this documentary. I find it interesting that they waited to the very end to now finally share these stories and share these attempts. I understand victims maybe being afraid to come forward, possibly, right? But I also do find it interesting that all these people knew this, right? These are bystanders, and they're cowards, because you all profited off of this monster until the money roll fell out. I have no respect for a lot of those people that spoke. Some people absolutely respect them for telling their story, right? And speaking their truth. There were some people that were courageous, but there were a lot of people that were speaking, and I were like, you just want to check. You just benefited. You sat by and you saw this man do stuff, and you was okay. You were complicit with this man's abusive shit. A lot of these artists, these washed up artists that were talking, a lot of you all were okay with this man doing what he was doing because you made money off of it. You minded your business because at the end of the day, that was your guy. That was your meal ticket. And so I do not trust some of these people that spoke. And for some of those jurors, well, that's the code of celebrity, right? Some of these jurors that was talking, including that one woman, we already know what it's giving. Fame is a hell of a disease. And people love to be in proximity to celebrities and all that shit. So I am not at all shocked by what I was hearing from that celebrity. at all. Bullshit. Bullshit. Mm-mm. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Bullshit. So there's a lot of problems that I recognize. Um, mm-mm. Mm-mm. Yeah, it's cap. The one thing I want to say before I move on, because once I talk about this, I'm over it. One thing about the documentary that I just find concerning and disturbing is that it's being produced by 50 Cent. 50 Cent is a dick. He's a jerk. He's a homophobe. He is a problematic man who has a history of misogyny, homophobia, and bigotry. He also has been accused of abuse. And it's obvious that what's driving a lot of his motivations behind this are personal. And I want y'all to understand that this is not cute and this is not fun and petty, but it sets a very disturbing precedent. This is a man who walked around with Donald Trump. Did we not forget that this man is bumping shoulders with Donald Trump? Did we forget that? This man don't say a word about Dr. Dre, who has a history and narratives around how he was abusive to women. Okay? But I don't see a fucking the reckoning for Dr. Dre, who is still out here in hip hop. 50 Cent don't give a fuck about victims. 50 Cent has victimized people his damn self and has been accused of it. 50 Cent has his fucking son doesn't even respect him. All I'm gonna say is that karma is real. And I think that what is disturbing to me is that 50 Cent is trying to walk around and act like he's doing something as an advocate. He's not. He's not. He's a man that is profiting off of something chaotic. He sees a money opportunity and he understands how to sensationalize it. And if you think that this is good business practices, this is very, very fucked up and very familiar. And all I'm saying is that the person that do things like this, when it revolves around back, I always tell people it's not what you do, it's how you do it. All I'm saying is that watch out. Watch out. Because I've seen some advocates trying to praise Diddy and call him brave, not Diddy, 50 Cent, brave and thanking him for this. You think he's a hero. You think he is. First of all, that documentary is flawed with so many accuracies because he's trying to create a narrative. It is a hit piece. Is there some facts there? Sure. But this is clearly a hit piece. And I always tell people check the source. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? You think I'm buying whatever the fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene is selling? Absolutely not. And just because I don't like some of the people that Marjorie Taylor is speaking out against, I'm never for 5 seconds going to give him, or her, in this case, her, the credibility the same way that someone would give 50 Cent. You better check the source. 50 Cent has a track record of lying, of being a misogynist, and doing this documentary does not expunge him of that. Marjorie Taylor Greene has a history of racism, has a history of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. She is not going to get to expunge herself now that Trump then turned on her. So what? Diddy dated one of 50 Cent's, baby mothers or something. And it's funny that she's not on a documentary. So he's mad about that? What he's mad that, other things? Like, what's going on? He wants to claim that his interest was because I guess Diddy had hit it on him once or a couple times and he felt like that was predatory. That might be true, partially. But let's not ignore the fact that 50 could have been did this. Now y'all waiting for this man to be incarcerated to take y'all swing. That's cowardly. And if there was no money involved, 50 Cent would have been involved in it as well. This man is profiting off of the outrage. He is profiting off of people's trauma. And quite frankly, I don't find this shit entertaining. I don't find it riveting. I don't find it to be any of the things that people are like, oh, this 50 Cent document, this Diddy document is enlightening. Is it? Is it really? Are we really learning anything new? Are we really like, oh my God? And what are you going to do with this information? Are you going to protest? Are you going to boycott? Or are you going to get on your ass and just keep on doing what you've been doing? We're in a fucking sheep economy. Nobody is going to change a damn thing. You're just watching this shit to be fucking entertained. And it's disgusting. Because with all the information that people knew, we could have been got 50 Cent out. Y'all made Diddy so rich. You could have stopped this bag over a decade ago. So, to the real victims, this documentary ain't gonna give y'all no closer to justice. It's not. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. That man, both of them are monsters. 50 Cent is a fucking monster. He's a fucking headache. And Diddy is in jail. He's in prison. He's a monster. He is in a cage. And you know what? All I gotta say is karma's a bitch for those people who are playing these games. I don't trust 50 Cent with 50 cents, and I don't trust him with 50 Cent. I don't trust him with anything. I don't trust his intentions on this. I don't care. Honestly, I don't. And here's the thing. I didn't need to watch this documentary to believe Diddy's victims. I didn't need to watch the documentary to realize that Diddy was a monster. I didn't. And if you needed to watch this to believe that, to feel that way, then you need to question your own moral compass. Because it shouldn't have to take a bigoted homophobe to make you believe victims. And that is my thought on that. Believe victims. Believe people the first time. It shouldn't have to take a documentary from a misogynist like 50 Cent in order for you to believe the victims of Diddy. And I'm going to leave it at that. Point blank, period. The end. Now, this week I have holiday parties I'm going to. I'm getting excited. I'm going to pull out some of my new holiday sweaters that I recently ordered. And I'm looking forward to this week. I'm looking forward to some surprises. This week is the final city council session for 2025 before they go on a little mid-winter break. They'll be back in January. But until then, there might be some surprises that might pop up. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the, oh my goodness, shocker moments. Anything can happen, and, we'll be reporting on it as always over here at Ernestly Speaking. And so, as always, be well and be best. Ernestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Ernestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.